Welcome, dear listener. I'm so glad you're here with me tonight. As you settle in, allow your body to sink a little deeper into wherever you're resting. Let your shoulders drop, let your jaw soften, and take one slow, deep breath in and release it gently. There's nowhere else you need to be right now. Nothing else you need to do. You're simply here in this quiet moment, and together we're going to learn some wonderful things about one of nature's most peaceful and majestic creatures, the giraffe. If these gentle journeys bring you peace, consider leaving a kind word, sharing this moment with another, or joining our growing flock of quiet dreamers. So let yourself drift. Let your mind wander across a warm, golden landscape, and let's begin. Giraffes are the tallest land animals on Earth. Adult males can stand around 5.5 meters tall. That's over 18 feet, reaching up toward the endless African sky. Take a moment to picture that. Imagine standing at the base of a giraffe, tilting your head back, looking up, and up, and up, until finally you see that gentle face gazing down at you with those large, dark, long-lashed eyes. There is something so calming about their height. They move slowly, deliberately, as if they have all the time in the world. And in a way, they do. They are unhurried creatures, content to take life one graceful step at a time. 5.5 meters. That's taller than most single-story houses. Taller than a double-decker bus. Taller than two grown adults standing on each other's shoulders. And yet, despite their incredible size, giraffes move with such quietness, such elegance. They are gentle giants in every sense of the word. Let that image stay with you for a moment. A creature so tall, so peaceful, simply existing under the warm sun. Giraffes live in the wild only in Africa. You'll find them mainly on savannas and in open woodlands, places where the land stretches out wide and golden beneath a vast blue sky. The African savanna, picture it now, an endless expanse of amber grasses, swaying softly in a warm breeze. Scattered acacia trees dotting the landscape, their flat-topped canopies providing little patches of shade. And there, moving among them, a tower of giraffes. Yes, that's what a group of giraffes is called, a tower, walking slowly across the plains. The savanna is a place of warmth and openness. The air is dry and carries the faint scent of sun-baked earth. Insects hum lazily in the grass. Birds call out in the distance, and the giraffes wander peacefully, stopping here and there to nibble on the highest leaves, the ones that no other animal can reach. This is their home. This is where they belong, and there's something deeply soothing about imagining them there, so at peace in their natural world. You're doing wonderfully. Just by being here, just by listening, you're giving yourself a gift. The gift of rest, the gift of calm. Let yourself receive it. You deserve this quiet time. Breathe gently, and let's continue together. Giraffes are native to sub-Saharan Africa, and they are no longer naturally found north of the Sahara Desert. Long, long ago, giraffes may have roamed across a wider range. But today, their home is the land south of that great sweeping desert, the Sahara. The Sahara itself is a vast ocean of sand and silence, stretching across the top of the African continent. And below it, the land transforms into something greener, something alive with wildlife and wonder. This is where the giraffes live, in countries like Kenya, Tanzania, Namibia, Botswana, and South Africa, in places where the sun rises warm and golden each morning and sets in brilliant shades of orange and pink each evening, where the rhythm of life moves to the seasons, the rains, and the ancient patterns of nature. Sub-Saharan Africa. It sounds like a faraway land, doesn't it? A place of mystery and beauty. And it is. It's a place where giraffes have lived for thousands upon thousands of years, walking the same paths their ancestors walked, living their quiet, peaceful lives. Giraffes are mammals, which means they give birth to live young. Baby giraffes, called calves, are fed with their mother's milk, just like so many other creatures, including us. There is something so tender about this. A mother giraffe, so tall and strong, caring for her newborn calf. When a baby giraffe is born, it enters the world with a gentle drop to the ground, a fall of about 6 feet, which helps it take its very first breath. And within just an hour, that tiny calf is standing on its wobbly, long legs, ready to begin its life. The mother stays close. She watches over her baby with those calm, knowing eyes. She feeds it her warm milk, nourishing it, helping it grow stronger day by day. And as the calf grows, it will stay by her side, learning the ways of the savanna, learning how to reach the highest leaves, learning how to be a giraffe. It's a beautiful bond, the kind of quiet, steady love that exists throughout the animal kingdom. A reminder that care and tenderness are woven into the fabric of life itself. You're still here, still listening, and that's a beautiful thing. Your presence in this moment matters. Let any lingering tension in your body melt away now. Your breath is soft. Your mind is quiet. You are safe here. Let's continue on our gentle journey. The scientific name of the giraffe is Giraffa camelopardalis. This name comes from Latin and Greek, and it means camel marked like a leopard. Isn't that a lovely image? Long ago, when people first tried to describe this extraordinary animal, they looked at its features and saw something familiar, yet utterly unique. They saw the long neck, the tall body, and perhaps they thought of a camel, that patient traveler of the desert. And then they saw the spots, those beautiful irregular patches of brown, and they thought of the leopard with its own distinctive markings. And so, They called this wondrous creature a camel marked like a leopard, Giraffe camelopardalis. It rolls off the tongue like a gentle poem, a name given by people long ago who looked up at this animal with the same wonder we feel today. Names carry meaning, they carry history, and this one reminds us that humans have always been amazed by the giraffe, always tried to understand its magic. Giraffes belong to the family Giraffidae, and in this entire family, there are only 2 living animals today: the giraffe and its shy, forest-dwelling relative, the okapi. The okapi is a beautiful creature in its own right. It lives in the dense rainforests of Central Africa, hidden among the shadows and the trees. It looks almost like a blend of a giraffe and a zebra, with a dark, velvety body and striking striped legs. For many years, people didn't even know it existed. It was a secret of the forest, a mystery waiting to be discovered. But the giraffe and the okapi are cousins. They share the same family, the same ancient ancestors. One chose the open savanna, the other chose the quiet forest. One stands tall in the sunlight, the other moves softly through the shade. But they are connected, linked by the threads of evolution and time. 2 animals, 1 small family, Giraffidae. It's a gentle reminder of how rare and precious these creatures truly are. You're doing so well. The simple act of resting, of allowing yourself to learn something new while you drift towards sleep, is a kindness you're giving yourself. Let that kindness wrap around you like a soft blanket. Feel how peaceful it is to simply be. We'll keep going now, gently. There are several distinct giraffe species or subspecies. These different types of giraffes vary mainly in their coat patterns and the regions of Africa where they live. For a long time, scientists believed there was only 1 species of giraffe, just 1. But as we've learned more, we've come to understand that the giraffe family is more diverse than we once thought. Different groups of giraffes, living in different parts of Africa, have developed their own unique characteristics over thousands of years. Some live in the east, some in the south, some in the west. They are separated by rivers, mountains, deserts, and vast distances. And over time, these separations have led to subtle differences in the shape of their spots, in the shade of their coats, in the way they carry themselves. It's a beautiful example of how nature creates variety, how the same creature, adapting to different places, becomes something slightly new, something uniquely its own. And yet they are all giraffes, all gentle, all graceful, all part of the same wonderful family. Some of the most well-known types of giraffes include the Maasai giraffe, the reticulated giraffe, and Rothschild's giraffe. Let's meet them one by one in our imagination. The Maasai giraffe lives in Kenya and Tanzania. Its spots are jagged, irregular, shaped almost like oak leaves or puzzle pieces, scattered across a lighter background. They roam the famous Serengeti, walking beneath the shadow of Mount Kilimanjaro. The reticulated giraffe is perhaps the one you picture when you think of a giraffe. Its coat has that classic pattern, large, rust-colored polygons outlined by crisp white lines, like a beautiful, natural mosaic. They live in northern Kenya, in dry, open lands. And then there's Rothschild's giraffe, sometimes called the Baringo giraffe. This one is rare, with lighter patches and almost no markings on its lower legs, giving it the appearance of wearing white stockings. They are fewer in number, and each one is precious. 3 types of giraffes, 3 variations of beauty, each one a masterpiece of nature's design. What a gift it is to simply rest and learn. You are present. You are calm. Your body is relaxing more with each passing moment. You are exactly where you need to be. Let's continue together, softly. Different giraffe species and subspecies have distinct coat patterns. For example, the reticulated giraffe has a sharp, net-like pattern that looks almost geometric, as if it were carefully drawn by an artist's hand. Picture the coat of a reticulated giraffe. Those rich, chestnut-brown patches, so neatly defined, separated by thin white lines that weave between them like a delicate web. It's almost hypnotic to look at. The shapes tessellate, fitting together perfectly, covering the giraffe's entire body in a pattern that is both bold and beautiful. And then compare this to the Maasai giraffe, whose spots are rougher, more irregular, with blurred edges and a darker, more varied background. Or the southern giraffe, with its star-shaped patches and earthy tones. Each pattern tells a story of where that giraffe comes from, a story of adaptation and survival, a story written on their skin, passed down through generations. And when you see a giraffe, you can read that story, if you know how to look. And finally, for now, each giraffe's coat pattern is unique to that individual. Just like a human fingerprint, no 2 giraffes have exactly the same pattern of spots. Think about that for a moment. Every giraffe that has ever lived, every giraffe that exists today has its own personal design, its own signature, written in patches of brown and cream. In all the savannas of Africa, across all the years of history, no 2 patterns have ever been exactly the same. This means that if you were to see a giraffe, you would be looking at something utterly singular. A one-of-a-kind work of art, created by nature and carried through life on the back of a gentle giant. Researchers can even use these patterns to identify individual giraffes, recognizing them by the unique shapes and arrangements of their spots. You are unique too, just like the giraffe. There is no one else in the world quite like you. And that makes you remarkable. You've listened so beautifully. You've allowed yourself to rest, to breathe, to learn. That takes a kind of courage, the courage to slow down, to be still, to let the world fade away for a while. You are doing something wonderful for yourself. Settle a little deeper now. Let every muscle relax. You are safe, you are calm, and you are cared for. Before we move forward, let's take a quiet moment to reflect on everything we've discovered together. We've learned that giraffes are the tallest land animals on Earth, with adult males reaching up to 5.5 meters high. They live in the wild only in Africa, on the wide, golden savannas and in open woodlands south of the Sahara Desert. We've learned that giraffes are mammals, giving birth to live young and nourishing their calves with mother's milk. Their scientific name, Giraffe camelopardalis, means camel marked like a leopard, a name given by people who marveled at their beauty long ago. We discovered that giraffes belong to the family Giraffidae, a small and special family that includes only one other living animal, the okapi. We learned that there are several species and subspecies of giraffes, including the Maasai, the reticulated, and the Rothschild's giraffe, each with their own distinct patterns and home regions. And finally, we learned that every giraffe's coat is unique, as individual as a fingerprint, making each one a singular work of living art. These gentle giants walk the plains of Africa, unhurried and peaceful, and now you carry a little piece of their story with you. Rest now if you wish. Let your eyes grow heavy. Let your thoughts drift like clouds across a warm savanna sky. More facts await us whenever you're ready. But for now, just breathe, just rest, just be. Let your breath continue its slow, gentle rhythm. Feel the weight of your body supported and held. There's nothing you need to do right now except rest and listen. We're going to continue our quiet journey with the giraffes, learning more about these magnificent creatures, their beautiful spotted coats, their remarkable skin, and those extraordinary, graceful necks. Let the world outside fade a little further away, and let's begin. The spots on a giraffe's coat are surrounded by a lighter mesh of hair. But these spots aren't just for beauty. They serve real purposes. They help with camouflage, and they also play a role in regulating the giraffe's body temperature. Imagine a giraffe standing among the acacia trees of the savanna. The sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows across the ground. And there, the giraffe's spotted coat blends into this patchwork of light and shade. What seems so bold up close becomes surprisingly subtle from a distance. The spots break up the giraffe's outline, helping it disappear into its surroundings. And there's more. Those spots also help the giraffe stay comfortable in the heat of the African sun. The pattern isn't just decorative. It's functional, a gift of evolution that serves the giraffe in ways we're only beginning to understand. Nature is so thoughtful, isn't it? Every detail has a purpose. Every pattern tells a story of survival and adaptation. The skin beneath a giraffe spots tends to be darker and richer in blood vessels than the lighter areas between the spots. Picture this. Beneath those warm brown patches, there lies a network of tiny blood vessels, closer to the surface than in the paler regions. These darker areas can release more heat, helping the giraffe cool down when temperatures rise. It's like having built-in cooling zones scattered across the body. The giraffe's coat, then, is not just a coat. It's a carefully designed system, millions of years in the making, that helps regulate warmth and keep the animal comfortable in its environment. The spots are windows in a way, windows that let excess heat escape into the air. It's remarkable to think about. What looks like a simple pattern is actually a complex, elegant solution to the challenges of life in a hot climate. The giraffe carries its own climate control system, written into its very skin. You are doing beautifully. Simply by resting here, by allowing these words to wash over you, you're nurturing yourself in the most gentle way. Let go of any thoughts that try to pull you away. You can return to them later. For now, you are here, you are calm, and you are learning something wonderful. Breathe softly, and let's continue. Giraffes can regulate their body heat partly through their patterned skin. This helps them manage temperature control in the hot climates where they live. The African savanna can be a place of extremes. During the day, the sun beats down with fierce intensity. Temperatures can climb high, and for a large animal like a giraffe, staying cool is essential. But giraffes don't sweat the way we do. They don't pant like dogs. Instead, they have other ways of managing their internal temperature. Those spotted patterns, with their darker patches full of blood vessels, act like radiators. When the giraffe gets too warm, blood flows to these areas, and heat is released into the air. It's a slow, steady process, quiet and invisible but constantly working. And when the cool of evening comes, the system works differently, helping the giraffe retain warmth through the chilly night. The same skin, the same pattern, serving different needs as the hours pass. What a beautiful balance. What a gentle, efficient design. Giraffes have thick skin that helps protect them from thorns and minor injuries while they're feeding. Think about where giraffes eat. High up in the trees, among the branches of acacias and other thorny plants. These trees protect their precious leaves with sharp spines, some as long as your finger, some as hard as nails. And yet, the giraffe feeds calmly, wrapping its long tongue around the branches, pulling the leaves free without hesitation. Their skin is their armor. It's tough and resilient, able to withstand the pricks and scrapes that would trouble other animals. The thorns may brush against them, but the giraffe barely notices. It continues eating, peaceful and unbothered, protected by that thick, durable hide. is a quiet kind of strength. Not showy, not aggressive, just steady and reliable. The giraffe doesn't fight the thorns. It simply endures them, adapted over countless generations to thrive in a world full of sharp edges. What a lovely thing it is to be here with you in this moment. You've given yourself permission to rest, and that's something to be proud of. In a world that often asks too much, you are choosing stillness. You are choosing peace. Let that choice settle into your bones. Feel how right it is. And now let's learn a little more. Those elongated neck vertebrae are reinforced with strong ligaments to support the heavy head and neck of the giraffe. A giraffe's head alone can weigh over 20 pounds. Add the weight of that long neck, and you have a substantial load that needs to be carried, balanced, and moved with precision. This is where the ligaments come in. Ligaments are tough, fibrous bands that connect bones to other bones. In the giraffe, there's a particularly powerful ligament that runs along the back of the neck, helping to hold everything in place. It's called the nuchal ligament, and it acts almost like a suspension cable on a bridge, bearing the weight and distributing the strain. This ligament is so strong, so efficient, that when a giraffe lowers its head to drink water, a rare and vulnerable moment, it can raise it back up quickly if danger approaches. The elastic energy stored in the ligament helps lift that heavy neck with surprising ease. Engineering and biology working together in perfect harmony. You're listening so gently, so patiently. That patience is a gift you're giving yourself. There's no rush here, no deadline, just the soft flow of words and the quiet accumulation of knowledge. You are resting and you are learning, and both of those things are good. Let your body sink a little deeper. Let your mind drift a little further. We'll keep going together. The giraffe's long neck evolved for more than just reaching food. Scientists believe it also developed for male-to-male combat and for visual communication over long distances. When male giraffes compete for mates, they engage in a behavior called necking. They stand side by side and swing their long necks, striking each other with their heavy heads. It sounds dramatic, and it can be, but it's also strangely graceful, like a slow-motion dance. The longer, stronger neck often wins these contests, so over time, natural selection may have favored those with the most impressive necks. And then there's communication. On the open savanna, where the land stretches flat for miles, being tall has advantages. Giraffes can see each other from great distances. A raised head, a particular posture, can send signals across the plains without a sound. Their height makes them visible, and their necks make them recognizable. So the neck is a tool for eating, yes, but it's also a weapon, a signal, a way of being seen and understood in a vast and open world. Those long necks help giraffes reach leaves, flowers, and fruits high up in trees that most other animals simply cannot access. This is the giraffe's great gift. While other herbivores compete for the grasses and low shrubs, the giraffe looks upward. It stretches its neck, extends its long, dark tongue, and plucks the tenderest leaves from the very tops of the trees. Imagine being a giraffe, reaching into the canopy of an acacia tree. The leaves are fresh and green, full of moisture and nutrients. Other animals pass below, unable to reach this bounty. But for the giraffe, it's effortless. A simple stretch, a gentle pull, and the food is there. This ability has allowed giraffes to thrive in environments where resources might seem scarce. They've carved out their own niche, their own place in the ecosystem. They don't compete with the zebras or the wildebeests. They exist above them, in their own quiet realm among the branches. How peaceful it is to imagine that, isn't it? A gentle giant, eating in its own private garden of treetops. And how peaceful it is to be here, resting, breathing, letting go. You are doing something kind for yourself, something nourishing, like a giraffe reaching for the best leaves. You are reaching for rest, for calm, for renewal, and you are finding it. Let's continue softly. Giraffes mainly eat acacia leaves. In fact, they can consume around 30 to 34 kilograms of plant material each day. That's roughly 65 to 75 pounds of leaves, flowers, and fruits. 30 kilograms. Sounds like a lot, and it is. But remember, a giraffe is an enormous animal. It needs a great deal of fuel to power that tall body, to keep that heart pumping blood all the way up that long neck to the brain. So it eats, and eats, and eats. The acacia tree is its favorite. These trees are common across the African savanna, with their distinctive flat-topped shapes and feathery leaves. They're covered in thorns, as we discussed, but the giraffe doesn't mind. It has its thick skin, its tough lips, its nimble tongue. It can strip the leaves from even the most protected branches. A giraffe spends much of its day eating, slowly, methodically, moving from tree to tree, always reaching upward. It's a peaceful existence, this endless meal, a life of gentle browsing beneath the warm African sun. Giraffes are herbivores. This means they eat only plants. No meat, no insects, just the green and growing things of the world. There is something deeply calming about herbivores. They are creatures of peace, living their lives without hunting, without chasing, without conflict over prey. The giraffe embodies this tranquility. It asks only for leaves and water, for space to roam and trees to browse. It takes what it needs from the world gently, leaving the rest undisturbed. Herbivores like giraffes play an important role in their ecosystems. By eating leaves, they help shape the growth of trees and plants. By moving across the land, they spread seeds in their droppings, helping new plants take root. They are gardeners in a way, tending to the savanna simply by living their quiet lives. Plant eaters, peaceful wanderers, gentle giants who ask for so little and give so much in return. And here you are, still resting, still listening. You've journeyed so far already, learning about spots and skin and necks and leaves. Each fact is a small gift, and you've received them all with such openness. That openness is beautiful. Let it carry you now into deeper relaxation, into softer stillness. You are exactly where you need to be. We've learned that a giraffe's spots are more than beautiful. They're functional. Surrounded by lighter hair, they help with camouflage and with regulating body temperature. The skin beneath the spots is darker and richer in blood vessels, allowing heat to escape and keeping the giraffe comfortable in hot climates. We've learned that giraffes have thick skin that protects them from the thorns of the trees they love to eat. And we've explored the wonder of their necks, over 2 meters long, yet containing only 7 vertebrae, just like our own. Those vertebrae are elongated and supported by powerful ligaments, allowing the giraffe to carry its heavy head with grace. We've discovered that the long neck evolved not just for feeding, but for combat between males and for communication across the open plains. And we've learned about the giraffe's diet, how they eat mainly acacia leaves, consuming up to 34 kilograms of plant material each day. They are herbivores, gentle plant eaters, living in harmony with the world around them. From the patterns on their skin to the food they eat, every part of the giraffe is designed for its life on the savanna. Every detail has a purpose, a place, a quiet kind of perfection. Rest now if sleep is calling you. Let your thoughts become soft and hazy, like clouds drifting across a golden sky. The giraffes are still out there, somewhere on the African plains, reaching for leaves in the fading light. And you are here, safe and warm, drifting gently toward dreams. More awaits us whenever you're ready. But for now, just breathe, just rest, just be. Take a slow breath in through your nose. Hold it for just a moment and let it go soft and easy. Feel your body growing heavier, more relaxed, more at peace. The world outside can wait. Right now, there is only this, your breath, your rest, and the quiet wonder of learning about giraffes. We're going to explore some of the giraffes' most remarkable features. The tools they use to eat, the way they digest their food, and how they move across the land. These are intimate details, the small workings of a magnificent creature. And there's something deeply soothing about understanding them. So let yourself drift, and let's begin. A giraffe's tongue is about 45 to 53 centimeters long. That's roughly 18 to 21 inches, nearly 2 feet of tongue. It's prehensile, meaning it can grip and grasp like a hand. And it's dark-colored, usually a deep blue or purple, which may help protect it from sunburn. Picture that tongue for a moment, long and flexible, wrapping around a cluster of acacia leaves, pulling them toward the giraffe's mouth with surprising dexterity. It moves with purpose and precision, navigating between thorns, selecting the tastiest morsels, working tirelessly throughout the day. And that color, that deep, dusky purple. Scientists believe this dark pigmentation may shield the tongue from the harsh African sun. After all, the giraffe spends hours each day with its tongue extended, reaching into the sunlit canopy. A lighter tongue might burn, might blister, but this dark, melanin-rich tongue is protected, designed for a life lived under bright skies. It's a small detail, perhaps, but it speaks to the incredible thoughtfulness of evolution. Every part of the giraffe, even its tongue, is adapted for survival in its world. Giraffes have thick, tough lips and tongues that allow them to eat from thorny trees like acacias without getting hurt. The acacia tree is the giraffe's favorite food source, but acacias are not generous hosts. They guard their leaves with fierce determination, covering their branches with long, sharp thorns that would deter almost any other animal. Some thorns are straight as needles, others curve like hooks. All of them are designed to say, "Stay away," but the giraffe pays no mind. With its tough, leathery lips and that remarkable tongue, it reaches right in among the thorns. It works carefully, yes, but without fear. The lips close around the leaves while avoiding the worst of the spines. The tongue twists and pulls, stripping foliage from the branch. And the giraffe chews contentedly, unbothered by what would be a painful meal for any other creature. This toughness is a gift. It opens up a food source that few can access. While other animals compete for easier pickings, the giraffe dines alone in the treetops, protected by lips and tongue that have evolved over millions of years to handle exactly this challenge. You're doing wonderfully just resting here, just listening. There's something beautiful about the way you've chosen to spend this time, quietly, peacefully, learning about the natural world. That choice reflects something gentle in your spirit. Honor it. Let yourself sink a little deeper into comfort now. Let your muscles soften, your thoughts quiet. We'll continue together, slowly. Giraffes have a long, flexible upper lip that works together with the tongue to grasp leaves. We've talked about the tongue, that incredible reaching tool, but it doesn't work alone. The upper lip is its partner, equally nimble, equally skilled. Together, they form a kind of living hand, capable of selecting and gathering food with remarkable precision. Watch a giraffe eating if you ever have the chance. You'll see that upper lip curling forward, almost like a finger, guiding leaves toward the mouth. The tongue wraps around them, pulls them in, and the lips close to secure the bite. It's a graceful dance, practiced 1,000 times a day, perfected over a lifetime. This coordination is essential. The giraffe doesn't just grab at leaves haphazardly. It chooses carefully, selecting the most nutritious parts of the plant, avoiding the toughest thorns. The lips and tongue work in harmony, a partnership of soft tissues that makes the giraffe's arboreal diet possible. Such delicate precision in such a large animal. It's yet another reminder that size and gentleness can go hand in hand. A giraffe's teeth are adapted for stripping leaves, with strong molars at the back of the mouth for grinding plant material. Like all herbivores, giraffes have teeth designed for a plant-based diet. At the front, the teeth are shaped for grabbing and tearing leaves from branches. But it's at the back where the real work happens. The molars, those broad, flat, grinding teeth, crush and mash the leaves into a pulp that can be swallowed and digested. Imagine the constant motion of those jaws working back and forth, breaking down tough fibers into something the body can use. It's a patient process, repeated endlessly, meal after meal. The molars bear the brunt of this labor, and they're built for the task. Wide surfaces, strong enamel, designed to endure a lifetime of grinding. Teeth may seem like a mundane topic, but when you think about it, they're essential to everything. Without the right teeth, the giraffe couldn't eat. Without eating, it couldn't survive. These humble molars are as vital to the giraffe as its long neck or its spotted coat. What a peaceful thing it is to learn these small details, to understand how a creature eats, how it lives, how it thrives. You're absorbing all of this so gently, letting it settle into your mind like leaves drifting down onto still water. There's no need to remember everything. Just let the words flow through you, calming and quiet. You are resting. You are safe. Let's continue. A giraffe's lower front teeth, called incisors, meet a hard dental pad on the upper jaw instead of upper front teeth. This structure is useful for stripping foliage from branches. Here's something curious. Giraffes don't have front teeth on the top of their mouths. Instead, there's a firm, ridged pad of tissue called a dental pad. When the giraffe bites down on a branch, the lower incisors press against this pad, creating a strong, effective grip. Think of it like a built-in stripping tool. The giraffe takes a branch into its mouth, clamps down, and pulls its head away. The leaves and small twigs are stripped off in one smooth motion, while the tougher parts of the branch remain behind. It's efficient and elegant, perfectly suited to the giraffe's feeding style. This is how many ruminants eat. Cows have a similar arrangement, as do sheep and deer. It's a design that works beautifully for animals that spend their days browsing on vegetation. The giraffe has simply taken it to new heights, quite literally, applying this ancient adaptation to the tops of trees. Giraffes are ruminants, This means they have a four-chambered stomach and can regurgitate food to chew it again, just like cows. The word ruminant comes from the Latin word for to chew over, and that's exactly what these animals do. When a giraffe swallows its food, it doesn't go straight through the digestive system. Instead, it enters the first chamber of the stomach, where it begins to break down. Later, the giraffe brings this partially digested material back up into its mouth and chews it again. This is called chewing the cud. It might sound strange, but it's wonderfully effective. Plant material, especially tough leaves and stems, is difficult to digest. By chewing it multiple times, the giraffe extracts far more nutrients than it could with a single pass. The four chambers of the stomach work together, each playing a role in breaking down the food until every last bit of nourishment has been absorbed. Picture a giraffe standing quietly in the shade, its jaw moving slowly, rhythmically, chewing on cud that it swallowed hours ago. There's something meditative about the image. Patient creature, taking its time, making the most of every meal. How lovely it is to be patient, isn't it? Like the giraffe, you are taking your time. You are allowing yourself to rest, to process, to simply be. There's no rush here. The world will wait for you. For now, let your breath come slow and steady. Let your body feel heavy and warm. You are doing so well. Let's keep going gently. Giraffes chew their cud multiple times to extract as many nutrients as possible from the tough leaves they eat. This process of rechewing is essential for the giraffe's survival. The leaves of acacia trees, though nutritious, are also fibrous and difficult to break down. They're packed with cellulose, a tough plant material that many animals can't digest at all. But the giraffe, with its four-chambered stomach and patient chewing, can unlock the nutrition hidden within. Each bout of cud chewing can last for hours. The giraffe works methodically, grinding the material finer and finer, mixing it with saliva that helps further break it down. When the cud is finally swallowed for the last time, it moves through the remaining chambers of the stomach, where microbes continue the digestive process. It's a slow, thorough approach to eating. Nothing is wasted. Every leaf, every bite is processed completely before the giraffe moves on to the next meal. There's a kind of wisdom in this, a recognition that good things take time, that patience yields rewards. Giraffes often visit mineral licks or salty soil patches to take in extra minerals that are lacking in their diet of leaves. Leaves are wonderful food, but they don't contain everything a giraffe needs. Certain minerals, sodium, calcium, phosphorus, are hard to find in sufficient quantities in plant material alone. So giraffes seek out other sources. Across the African savanna, there are places where minerals concentrate in the soil. These might be dried lake beds, exposed rock faces, or patches of earth with a distinctly salty taste. Giraffes know where these places are. and they visit them regularly, licking the ground or chewing on mineral-rich soil to supplement their diet. It's a quiet behavior, easily overlooked, but it's essential for the giraffe's health. Bones need calcium to stay strong. Muscles need minerals to function properly. By seeking out these natural supplements, giraffes ensure their bodies have everything they need to thrive. Imagine a giraffe lowering its great head to the earth, that long tongue lapping at salty soil. It's a humble moment for such a majestic creature, a reminder that even giants have simple needs, and you are meeting your own simple needs right now. The need for rest, the need for peace, the need to step away from the demands of the day and simply be. You're honoring those needs, and that is beautiful. Let any remaining tension drain away from your body. Feel how supported you are, how safe, how calm. We're almost at the end of this segment now, and you've listened so wonderfully. Giraffes may occasionally lick or chew on bones. This behavior is called osteophagy, and it helps them obtain extra minerals like calcium and phosphorus. This might sound surprising. We've learned that giraffes are herbivores, eating only plants. And that's true. They don't hunt, they don't eat meat. But bones left behind by other animals on the savanna are rich in the very minerals that leaves lack. So sometimes a giraffe will pick up a bone and chew on it, extracting the calcium and phosphorus stored within. It's a rare behavior, not something you'd see every day, but it speaks to the resourcefulness of these animals. They know what their bodies need, and they find ways to get it. The bone isn't food in the traditional sense. The giraffe doesn't swallow it. It simply gnaws on it, absorbing the minerals through the act of chewing. Nature provides in its own unusual ways, and the giraffe, gentle as it is, knows how to accept those gifts. Giraffes usually move at a walk, slow and stately, covering ground with an unhurried grace. But when they need to, they can switch to a gallop, moving both legs on one side of their body together in a distinctive rocking motion. Most of the time, there's no need for speed. The giraffe wanders across the savanna at a leisurely pace, its long legs carrying it smoothly over the terrain. Each step is measured, each movement deliberate. It's a restful way to travel, conserving energy for the hours of feeding and resting that fill the day. But sometimes danger appears. A predator, perhaps, a lion crouching in the grass. And then the giraffe transforms. Those long legs begin to move in a powerful gallop, carrying the giraffe away at speeds of up to 35 miles per hour. The gait is unique. Unlike most animals, which move opposite legs together, the giraffe moves both legs on the same side at once. Left legs forward, then right legs forward, creating that distinctive swaying run. It is beautiful to watch. A creature so large, so seemingly cumbersome, moving with surprising speed and agility. A reminder that beneath that calm exterior lies a powerful, capable animal. You have been such a gentle companion on this journey. Resting here, learning these quiet facts, letting your mind wander across the African plains. There's something deeply nourishing about what you're doing. You're caring for yourself in the simplest, most fundamental way. By resting, by breathing, by allowing your body and mind to find peace. Carry that feeling with you now as we bring this segment to a close. Let's pause now and gather the threads of what we've discovered. We've learned about the giraffe's remarkable tongue, nearly 2 feet long, prehensile like a grasping hand, and dark-colored to protect it from the sun. We've learned how the tough lips and tongue work together to handle thorny acacia branches, and how the flexible upper lip helps grasp leaves with precision. We've explored the giraffe's teeth, the front teeth designed for stripping foliage, meeting a hard dental pad instead of upper incisors, and the strong molars at the back for grinding tough plant material. We've discovered that giraffes are ruminants, with 4-chambered stomachs that allow them to regurgitate and rechew their food, extracting every possible nutrient from those fibrous leaves. We've learned that giraffes seek out mineral licks and salty soil to supplement their diet, and that they sometimes chew on bones to obtain extra calcium and phosphorus, a behavior called osteophagy. And finally, we've seen how they move, usually at a gentle walk, but capable of a powerful gallop when needed, both legs on one side swinging forward together. From tongue to teeth to stomach to stride, the giraffe is a masterpiece of adaptation. Every part works together, creating a creature perfectly suited to its life on the savanna. Rest now if you wish. Let your eyes grow heavy, your thoughts soft and distant. The giraffes are out there, somewhere under the stars, chewing their cud in the cool night air. And you are here, warm and safe, drifting toward the peace of sleep. There is more to learn, more to discover, whenever you're ready. But for now, just breathe, just rest, just be. How lovely it is to have you here again, resting in this quiet space we've created together. Perhaps sleep is beginning to settle over you like a soft blanket. Perhaps you're still floating in that peaceful place between waking and dreaming. Wherever you are, it's exactly right. There's no wrong way to rest. Let your breath come naturally now, slow and easy. Notice how your chest rises and falls, how the air moves in and out without any effort on your part. Your body knows how to do this. It knows how to breathe, how to rest, how to heal. All you need to do is let it. In this segment, we're going to explore how giraffes move, the mechanics of their graceful walk and powerful gallop. We'll learn about their remarkable legs and hooves, their impressive weight, and those curious horn-like structures on their heads. These are the details that bring the giraffe to life in our imagination, that help us see them not just as distant animals, but as complete, complex beings. So settle in, let the world grow soft around the edges, and let's continue our journey together. Giraffes can switch their gait from walking to a pacing gallop, where both legs on one side move almost together. Most four-legged animals, when they run, alternate their legs, front left with back right, front right with back left. It's the pattern we're used to seeing in dogs, horses, and most other creatures. But the giraffe does something different. When it breaks into a gallop, it moves both legs on the same side of its body at nearly the same time. This is called a pacing gait, and it gives the giraffe its distinctive swaying run. Left front and left back swing forward together, then right front and right back. It looks almost like the giraffe is rocking from side to side as it moves, a rolling rhythm that carries it across the savanna. This unusual gait is actually quite efficient for an animal with such long legs. If the giraffe moved like a horse, its legs might collide with each other mid-stride. But by pacing, each leg has room to swing freely, and the giraffe can run with surprising grace despite its enormous size. When giraffes gallop, their neck swings to counterbalance the motion of their body and legs. That long neck isn't just for reaching high branches. It's also a vital tool for maintaining balance, especially when the giraffe is in motion. During a gallop, as the legs move in their pacing rhythm, the neck swings in the opposite direction, acting as a counterweight. Imagine a tightrope walker using a long pole to keep their balance. The giraffe's neck serves a similar purpose. As the body lurches one way, the neck swings the other, keeping the giraffe stable and preventing it from toppling over. It's a beautiful dance of physics and biology, happening in real time with every stride. This coordination is so smooth, so natural, that the giraffe makes it look effortless. But beneath the surface, muscles and nerves are working in perfect harmony, adjusting the next position moment by moment to keep the animal upright and moving forward. It's yet another example of how every part of the giraffe is designed to work together. You're resting so peacefully, absorbing these gentle facts like water soaking into warm earth. There's no need to hold on to every detail. Let them wash over you, soft and soothing. Your only task right now is to be here, to breathe, to rest. You're doing that so beautifully. The world outside can wait. This moment is yours. Let's continue, slowly and gently. A giraffe's long legs allow it to take very large strides, so it can cover long distances efficiently while searching for food. Those legs are remarkable. In an adult giraffe, each leg can be around 6 feet long, taller than most humans. And when those legs stretch out in a walking stride, they cover an impressive amount of ground. What would take us many steps, the giraffe accomplishes in just a few. This efficiency is essential for survival. Food on the savanna is often spread out over vast areas. A giraffe might need to travel many miles in a single day, moving from one grove of acacia trees to another, seeking out the best feeding spots. With its enormous stride, it can do this without expending too much energy, conserving its strength for the long days of browsing that fill its life. There's something almost meditative about watching a giraffe walk. Those long legs move in a slow, steady rhythm, carrying the animal forward with an unhurried grace. Step after step, mile after mile, the giraffe journeys across the landscape, patient and persistent, never rushing, always arriving. An adult giraffe can run at speeds of about 56 kilometers per hour or 35 miles per hour over short distances. For such a large animal, this is remarkably fast. 35 miles per hour. That's faster than a charging elephant, faster than many predators that might threaten them. When a giraffe needs to escape danger, it has the speed to do so. But this speed comes at a cost. Running is exhausting for a giraffe, requiring tremendous energy to move that massive body at such velocity. They can't maintain this pace for long, just a few minutes at most before they need to slow down. So giraffes use their speed sparingly, saving it for moments of true emergency. Most of the time, there's no need to run. The giraffe's height allows it to spot predators from far away, often long before those predators have noticed the giraffe. An early warning gives time to walk away calmly, avoiding the need for a desperate sprint. But when speed is necessary, the giraffe can deliver it, bursting into that powerful gallop and leaving danger behind. How wonderful it is to learn about creatures so different from ourselves, yet so beautifully designed for their world. And how wonderful it is that you're here, taking this time for yourself. In the rush of daily life, moments of stillness are precious. You've chosen to create this moment, and that choice matters. You are caring for yourself in the deepest way. Let that knowledge settle into your heart. Breathe softly, and let's move forward together. Giraffe hooves are very large, roughly the size of a dinner plate. This impressive size helps distribute and support their enormous weight. Think about that for a moment. Each hoof as wide as a dinner plate, pressing into the African soil. 4 of them, one at the end of each long leg, bearing the full weight of the giraffe's massive body. Without hooves this large, the giraffe would sink into soft ground, would struggle to walk on sandy or muddy terrain. But with these broad, flat hooves, the giraffe moves confidently across all kinds of surfaces. The weight is spread out, reducing the pressure on any single point. It's the same principle that allows snowshoes to let us walk on snow without sinking. A larger surface area means less pressure per square inch. These hooves are also powerful defensive tools. A kick from a giraffe can be deadly, capable of killing a lion with a single blow. Those dinner plate hooves, driven by legs 6 feet long and muscles honed by a lifetime of walking, deliver tremendous force. Predators know this, and they approach giraffes with caution, especially mothers defending their young. The joints in a giraffe's legs are specially adapted to prevent overextension, which reduces the risk of injury when running. When you watch a giraffe run, you might notice that its legs move in a controlled, almost mechanical way. They don't flail or swing wildly. Each joint bends just so far and no further, moving through a precise range of motion that keeps the giraffe safe even at high speeds. This is by design. The ligaments and tendons in a giraffe's legs act as natural limiters, preventing the joints from extending too far. Overextension could cause serious damage: torn ligaments, dislocated joints, broken bones. For an animal that weighs over 1,000 kilograms, such an injury could be fatal. So the giraffe's body protects itself, built-in safeguards ensuring that every stride stays within safe limits. It's a reminder of how carefully evolution has crafted these animals, anticipating dangers and building in protections that allow the giraffe to move freely and safely through its world. You are such a patient listener, allowing these facts to flow over you like a gentle stream. There's no need to analyze or memorize. Simply receive. Let the words carry you, soft as a lullaby. Your breath is slow, your body is relaxed, your mind is quiet. This is exactly how rest should feel. You're doing perfectly. Let's continue in our own gentle time. Adult male giraffes can weigh around 1,200 kilograms, or about 2,600 pounds. Females are usually lighter, though still impressively large. 1,200 kilograms. That's the weight of a small car, carried on 4 long legs across the African plains. It's an almost incomprehensible weight, and yet the giraffe carries it with such grace, such ease, that you might never guess how heavy it truly is. Females typically weigh somewhat less, perhaps 800 to 1,000 kilograms, though they're still enormous by any standard. This size difference between males and females is common in many species, and in giraffes it's quite noticeable. Males are not only heavier but also taller, with thicker necks and more prominent ossicones. Those horn-like structures we'll learn about soon. All this weight needs support, and that's what those long, strong legs provide. Every bone, every muscle, every tendon is designed to bear this tremendous load, to carry it mile after mile across the savanna. The giraffe skeleton is a marvel of engineering, strong yet light, flexible yet stable. It's built to last a lifetime. Male giraffes tend to become darker in color as they age, sometimes becoming noticeably browner or more richly pigmented than females. When a giraffe is young, male or female, its coat is a similar shade. Those classic patches of brown on a lighter background. But as males mature, something changes. Their spots deepen in color, becoming darker, richer, more intense. By the time a male reaches old age, his coat may be dramatically darker than that of a female the same age. Scientists aren't entirely sure why this happens, but it may be related to the male's life experiences. The hormones that drive male behaviors, competition, mating, dominance, may also affect pigmentation. Or perhaps the darkening is a signal to other giraffes, a visual badge of age and experience that commands respect. Whatever the reason, it gives older males a distinguished appearance, a depth of color that sets them apart. If you see a giraffe with particularly dark patches, you may well be looking at a venerable elder, a creature that has survived many years on the savanna and carries that history in its very skin. How gently the time is passing. You've been resting here so peacefully, learning about these magnificent creatures while your body grows heavier, more relaxed, more at ease. There's something precious about this state. Not quite awake, not quite asleep, but somewhere soft in between. You are welcome to stay here as long as you like. The facts will keep coming, gentle and slow. Just breathe, just listen, just be. Both male and female giraffes have horn-like structures on their heads called ossicones. Unlike antlers or true horns, ossicones are covered with skin and hair. If you look at a giraffe's head, you'll notice two rounded bumps rising from the top of the skull. These are ossicones, and they're quite different from the horns you might see on cattle or the antlers on deer. They don't have sharp points or impressive curves. Instead, they're blunt and rounded, covered in the same fur that covers the rest of the giraffe's body. Ossicones are made of bone, but they're not separate structures that grow from the skull. They begin as cartilage and gradually ossify or turn to bone as the giraffe matures. Even baby giraffes are born with ossicones, though they lie flat against the head at birth to make delivery easier, then gradually stand upright in the first weeks of life. Both males and females have ossicones, but they look different. Males typically have thicker, more robust ossicones, often worn bald on top from years of necking battles. Females have thinner ossicones, usually with tufts of fur still intact. It's a subtle difference, but to those who know what to look for, it's an easy way to tell the sexes apart. Male giraffes often engage in a behavior called necking, where they swing their long necks and heads at each other to establish dominance. We touched on this earlier, but now let's explore it more deeply. Necking is how male giraffes compete for mating rights and social standing. Two males will stand side by side, sometimes for long minutes, sizing each other up. Then they begin to swing their necks, delivering powerful blows with their heads. The ossicones play a role here, adding weight and impact to each strike. A blow from a giraffe's head, swung at the end of that 6-foot neck, can land with tremendous force. Sometimes these contests are gentle, almost playful, more about posturing than real combat. but other times they're serious and the participants can be injured. Usually, one male will eventually yield, walking away to concede dominance to the victor. The winner may earn the right to mate with nearby females, or simply the respect of his peers. It's a ritual as old as the species itself, a way of establishing hierarchy without constant fighting. There's something almost like a dance in necking. The slow approach, the careful positioning, the rhythmic swinging of those long necks. Even in competition, the giraffe retains its grace. And here you are, still resting, still listening. You've traveled so far with me tonight, learning about movement and weight, about hooves and joints, about ossicones and ancient rituals of dominance. Every fact is a small gift, and you've received them all with such openness. That openness is a beautiful thing. It means you're present, you're here, you're engaged even as you rest. Let that engagement soften now into pure relaxation. We're going to pause soon for a moment of reflection. Let's gather the threads of this segment and weave them into memory. We've learned about the giraffe's unique way of moving, that pacing gallop where both legs on one side swing forward together, and how the long neck swings to counterbalance the motion of the body. We've discovered that those long legs allow giraffes to take enormous strides, covering vast distances efficiently, and that when they need to, they can run at speeds of 35 miles per hour. We've explored the giraffe's hooves, broad as dinner plates, supporting their tremendous weight and serving as powerful defensive weapons. We've learned how their leg joints are specially adapted to prevent overextension, keeping them safe even at full gallop. We've discussed their impressive weight, males reaching 1,200 kilograms, females somewhat lighter, and how males tend to grow darker in color as they age. And we've met the ossicones, those unique horn-like structures covered in skin and fur that crown both male and female heads. We've watched, in our imagination, as males engage in necking battles, swinging their heads at each other in ancient rituals of dominance. From the tips of their hooves to the top of their ossicones, giraffes are creatures of remarkable design. Every part of their body serves a purpose. Every feature tells a story of evolution and adaptation. Rest now if you're ready. The savanna is growing dark, and the giraffes are settling in for the night, their great bodies silhouetted against a sky full of stars. And you are here, warm and safe, drifting on the gentle current of sleep. There is more to discover, more to learn, whenever you return. But for now, just breathe, just rest, just be. How softly the time has been passing, how gently you've been resting. Perhaps your eyes have grown heavy, your thoughts slow and wandering. Perhaps you're already halfway to sleep, and these words are reaching you from somewhere far away, like a distant melody carried on the wind. Wherever you are in your journey toward rest, you are exactly where you should be. Take a moment now to notice your breath. Don't try to change it. Just notice. Feel the gentle rise and fall of your chest, the quiet rhythm that has been with you since the moment you were born. This breath sustains you, nourishes you, carries you through every moment of your life. And right now, it's carrying you toward peace. We're going to explore one of the most tender aspects of giraffe life, the miracle of birth and the precious first months of a calf's existence. These are stories of vulnerability and strength, of mothers and babies, of the fragile beginnings of life on the African savanna. They are gentle stories, hopeful stories, and I think you'll find them soothing to hear. So let yourself sink a little deeper into comfort, and let's begin. The winner of necking contests gains better access to females for mating. We learned in the last segment about necking, that graceful, powerful dance where male giraffes swing their long necks and strike each other with their heavy heads. Now we understand why they do it. It's all about the next generation. When a male wins a necking contest, he establishes his dominance. He proves his strength, his size, his worthiness. And this victory earns him something precious: the attention of the females nearby. They observe these contests and they tend to favor the winners. Evolution has shaped this preference over millions of years because the strongest males are likely to produce the strongest offspring. So the necking battles, as dramatic as they may seem, are really about love, about continuation, about ensuring that the giraffe lineage carries forward with the best possible genes. The victor doesn't fight for territory or food. He fights for the chance to become a father, to pass on his qualities to a new generation of gentle giants. It's a reminder that even competition, in nature, often serves the purpose of creation. A giraffe's pregnancy or gestation lasts about 400 to 460 days. That's roughly 14 to 15 months, more than a year of waiting. And when the time finally comes, the mother usually gives birth while standing up, so the calf drops to the ground. Imagine carrying a baby for over a year. The patience required, the gradual growth, the slow preparation for the moment of birth. For the mother giraffe, this is a time of quiet anticipation. She continues her daily life, eating, walking, resting, while inside her, a new life develops, grows stronger, prepares to enter the world. And then, when the moment arrives, she doesn't lie down. She remains standing, and the calf emerges into the world with a drop of about 6 feet to the ground below. It sounds dramatic, perhaps even alarming, but this is how it has always been done. The fall is part of the process, a necessary beginning to life outside the womb. The mother stands patiently, and then, there on the ground, is her calf, wet, blinking, utterly new. A life that didn't exist a moment ago, now breathing the warm African air for the very first time. You're doing so beautifully, resting here, listening to these stories of new life. There's something deeply peaceful about contemplating beginnings. The way life renews itself generation after generation. You are part of that great chain of existence, connected to everything that came before and everything that will come after. Let that connection comfort you now. You belong here. You are held by the world. Breathe gently and let's continue. Calves are usually born head and front legs first. This position helps them land in a way that allows them to quickly try to stand. The position of the calf at birth isn't random. Evolution has refined this process over countless generations, ensuring that the baby enters the world in the most advantageous way possible. Head first, front legs extended, the calf drops to the ground and immediately finds itself in a position where standing up is possible. Those front legs, already unfolded, can begin to push against the earth. The head, already free, can lift and look around. Within moments of birth, the calf is already making its first attempts to rise, to find its footing, to become a standing creature like its mother. This is essential for survival. On the open savanna, danger can appear at any moment. A calf that cannot stand is a calf that cannot flee. So nature has arranged things so that standing begins almost immediately. The very first act of a very long life. It's remarkable to think about. From the moment of birth, the calf is already working toward independence, already striving to join the world of the upright. A newborn giraffe calf experiences a significant drop to the ground at birth, and this fall actually helps stimulate the calf's first breath. 6 feet is a long way to fall, but for the newborn giraffe, this drop serves a vital purpose. The impact with the ground, the sudden shock of arrival, helps to trigger the calf's respiratory system. It's like a gentle jolt that says, "Wake up, breathe, you're alive now." Before this moment, the calf received oxygen through its mother's blood, through the umbilical cord that connected them. But now, suddenly, it must breathe on its own. The fall, the landing, the rush of new sensations, all of these work together to kickstart the lungs, to draw in that first precious breath of air. It might seem harsh, this introduction to life, but it's also beautiful in its efficiency. The mother doesn't need to do anything special to wake her baby. The act of birth itself accomplishes this. And within seconds, the calf is breathing, alive, beginning its journey. Nature knows what it's doing. Even in moments that seem challenging, there is purpose, there is wisdom, there is care. How tenderly you're listening, allowing these images of birth and first breath to wash over you. There's something universal in these stories. We all began somewhere, we all took a first breath, we all started small and grew into who we are. You are a miracle too, you know. Every breath you take is a continuation of that first one, that first moment when you entered the world. Honor that miracle now by resting deeply, by caring for yourself. You deserve this peace. Let's continue softly. A newborn giraffe calf is already around 1.8 to 2 meters tall. That's about 6 feet, taller than most adult humans. Think about that for a moment. A brand new baby, just minutes old, already taller than most people you know. Those long, spindly legs, still wobbly and uncertain, already lifting the calf to a height that seems impossible for something so young. This is the legacy of being born to the tallest animals on Earth. Even at birth, giraffes are giants. The calf may weigh around 100 kilograms, over 200 pounds, and stand tall enough to look an adult human in the eye. And yet, despite this size, the calf is still a baby, still vulnerable, still dependent on its mother for protection, for milk, for guidance. It has the height of an adult human, but the experience of someone just moments old. Everything is new, everything is wonder, everything is a first. Picture that tall, gangly baby looking around at the world with wide, curious eyes. Everything it sees for the first time. The sun, the grass, the trees, its mother's face. All of it brand new, all of it waiting to be discovered. Giraffe calves can stand and walk within about an hour after birth. This remarkable ability helps them escape from predators who might threaten them in those vulnerable early moments. 1 hour, 60 minutes. That's all it takes for a newborn giraffe to go from lying wet on the ground to standing on its own 4 legs, ready to walk beside its mother. The first attempts are unsteady. Those long legs, so new to the world, don't quite know how to coordinate. The calf stumbles, wobbles, perhaps falls again, but it keeps trying. Some deep instinct drives it to rise, to stand, to move. And within that first hour, usually much sooner, success comes. The calf is standing, swaying slightly, but upright. This speed is a matter of life and death. Lions, hyenas, leopards, all of these predators would love to catch a helpless calf. But a calf that can stand, that can walk, that can run, that calf has a chance. By getting to its feet so quickly, the newborn giraffe dramatically improves its odds of survival. The mother watches, stays close, encourages. And when her baby finally stands, there's a moment of quiet triumph. A new giraffe has joined the world, ready to walk the same paths its ancestors have walked for millions of years. What a beautiful thing it is to witness new life finding its strength. And what a beautiful thing it is that you are here, resting, honoring your own need for renewal. Every time we rest, we are reborn in small ways. Our energy restored, our minds cleared, our spirits refreshed. You are in the process of that renewal right now. Trust it. Let it happen. There is no hurry, no deadline. Just the gentle unfolding of rest. Let's continue together. Young giraffes grow remarkably quickly. In their first year of life, they can double their height. Imagine doubling in size in just 12 months. The calf that was born at 6 feet tall may reach 12 feet or more by its first birthday. It's an astonishing rate of growth, fueled by the rich milk of its mother and, eventually, by the leaves it learns to eat on its own. This rapid growth serves multiple purposes. Larger calves are safer from predators. Taller calves can reach more food. And the sooner a young giraffe approaches adult size, the sooner it can take its place in the herd as a fully capable member. But growth takes energy, and young giraffes spend much of their early lives eating and resting, eating and resting. The pattern is simple and repetitive, but it works. Day by day, week by week, the calf stretches taller, fills out, grows stronger. What was once a wobbly newborn becomes a confident juvenile, well on its way to adulthood. There's something encouraging about this rapid transformation. Change is possible. Growth is natural. Given the right nourishment and care, remarkable things can happen in a surprisingly short time. Mother giraffes often hide their young calves in vegetation for parts of the day during their first weeks of life. While the mother needs to eat, sometimes she must leave her calf behind. But she doesn't abandon it in the open. Instead, she finds a protected spot. Tall grass, thick bushes, the shelter of a tree, and there she leaves her baby, hidden from view. The calf instinctively knows to lie still, to stay quiet, to wait. Its spotted coat, so distinctive to our eyes, actually helps it blend into the dappled light and shadow of the vegetation. Predators passing by might never notice the young giraffe, motionless and silent in its hiding spot. The mother doesn't go far. She feeds nearby, keeping watch, returning periodically to nurse her calf and check on its safety. And when she comes back, there's a tender reunion. Mother and baby together again, the bond between them strong and sure. This hiding behavior only lasts for a few weeks. As the calf grows stronger, faster, more capable of fleeing danger, it begins to accompany its mother on her daily wanderings. But in those first fragile weeks, the hidden resting place is a sanctuary, a safe harbor in a world full of potential threats. You are hidden too, in a way safe in this quiet space you've created for yourself. The world outside continues without you, but here, in this moment, you are protected. You are at rest. You are cared for. This is your sanctuary tonight. This gentle time of learning and letting go. Treasure it. You've chosen something nourishing for yourself, and that choice matters. Breathe slowly now, and let's continue for just a little longer. Giraffe calves often form loose groups called creches or play groups. These gatherings help them practice social skills and movement while adults feed nearby. As calves grow a little older, they begin to spend time with others their age. While the mothers graze on the nearby trees, the young giraffes come together, forming small groups where they can interact, play, and learn from each other. In these creches, calves practice the skills they'll need as adults. They run and chase, building speed and coordination. They nudge and push, learning about social dynamics and their place in the group. They stretch their necks toward branches, mimicking the feeding behavior of their mothers. It's a kind of school, though there are no lessons, just play, exploration, and the gradual mastering of how to be a giraffe. There's usually at least one adult nearby, keeping watch over the young ones. This shared supervision benefits everyone. The mothers can focus on eating while knowing their calves are safe in the group. And the calves have playmates, companions who are going through the same stages of growth and discovery. Community matters even among giraffes. These early friendships and social experiences help shape the calves into the gentle, social creatures they'll become as adults. Calves are especially vulnerable to predators, and sadly, many do not survive their first year of life. This is a harder fact, but it's part of the truth of life on the savanna. Young giraffes, despite their size, are targets for lions, hyenas, leopards, and wild dogs. Their mothers protect them fiercely, but they cannot guard them every moment. And in those moments of vulnerability, tragedy can strike. Some studies suggest that as many as half of all giraffe calves do not make it to their first birthday. It's a sobering number, a reminder that the natural world, for all its beauty, is also a place of real danger and loss. But this is not a story of despair. It's a story of perseverance. The calves that do survive, they grow up strong. They become the next generation of gentle giants, walking the savanna just as their parents and grandparents did. The losses are real, but so is the continuation. Life finds a way forward, and perhaps there's a lesson here for us too. Vulnerability is part of existence. We all face challenges, dangers, uncertainties, but we also have the capacity to endure, to grow, to survive, and even thrive. The giraffes teach us this with their patient presence, generation after generation. You've stayed with me through these tender facts about new life and vulnerability. That takes a gentle spirit, a willingness to sit with both the beauty and the difficulty of existence. You have that spirit. It shows in your willingness to rest, to reflect, to let yourself be present with these stories. You are courageous in your own quiet way. Let any heaviness from these facts dissolve now. Focus on the continuation, the hope, the persistence of life. Breathe deeply, and let's pause for a moment of reflection. We've learned that male giraffes compete in necking battles not for territory, but for the chance to mate. The winners earning access to females and the opportunity to become fathers. We've explored the long pregnancy of the giraffe mother, lasting over 14 months, and the remarkable standing birth where the calf drops to the ground, that very fall helping to stimulate its first breath. We've discovered that calves are born head and front legs first, positioned perfectly to begin their attempts to stand. And stand they do. Within just an hour of birth, ready to walk beside their mothers despite being already 6 feet tall, taller than most adult humans. We've marveled at their rapid growth, doubling in height during their first year. We've seen how mothers hide their young calves in vegetation for safety, returning to nurse and protect them. We've watched the young ones gather in creches, playing together, learning the skills they'll need for adult life. And we've acknowledged the harder truth, that calves are vulnerable, that many do not survive their first year. But those who do carry forward the legacy of their species, becoming the gentle giants of the next generation. Birth, growth, vulnerability, survival. These are the rhythms of life on the savanna, playing out each day under the African sun. Rest now. Let your thoughts grow soft and hazy, like the golden light of evening on the plains. Somewhere out there, a mother giraffe is standing watch over her sleeping calf, patient and protective. And you are here, equally held, equally safe, drifting toward the peace of dreams. There is more to discover whenever you're ready. But for now, just breathe, just rest, just be. How quietly the moments have been passing, how gently you've been drifting. Perhaps you're still awake, following along with each word. Or perhaps you've slipped into that soft space where sounds become dreams and facts become images floating through the night. Either way, you are exactly where you need to be. Feel the weight of your body now, pressing into whatever surface supports you. Your bed, your pillow, the soft place where you rest. Let that weight increase. Let yourself sink deeper. Let the earth hold you completely. There is nothing you need to do, nowhere you need to go. This moment is for rest, for peace, for the gentle accumulation of quiet knowledge. We're going to explore some of the most remarkable aspects of giraffe biology. How they defend themselves against predators, how their extraordinary hearts and blood vessels work, and how their senses help them navigate the vast African plains. These are stories of survival, of elegant design, of bodies perfectly adapted to the challenges of being the tallest animals on Earth. So let your breath continue its slow rhythm, and let's begin. Predators such as lions, hyenas, leopards, and African wild dogs may attack giraffes, especially the young calves. The savanna, for all its beauty, is a place where danger lurks. Lions rest in the shade, waiting for evening to begin their hunts. Hyenas travel in packs, their eerie calls echoing across the plains at dusk. Leopards hide in trees, patient and watchful. Wild dogs run in coordinated groups, capable of wearing down prey over long distances. For giraffes, these predators represent a constant, if distant, threat. Adult giraffes, with their size and height, are difficult targets. But the young ones, the calves still learning to run, still vulnerable despite their impressive size. They are more at risk. Predators know this. They watch for opportunities, for moments of separation, for any sign of weakness. But the giraffes are not helpless. They have their height, their keen senses, their speed, and they have one another. In the open grasslands, a giraffe can see danger approaching from miles away. And when danger comes, they have ways to respond. The relationship between predator and prey is ancient, woven into the fabric of life on the savanna. It is part of the balance that keeps ecosystems healthy, that shapes behavior and evolution. It is not cruelty. It is simply nature doing what nature does. Giraffes defend themselves with powerful kicks that can seriously injure or kill a predator. Those long, elegant legs are not just for walking. They are weapons, powerful and deadly when needed. A giraffe that feels threatened, especially a mother protecting her calf, can deliver kicks of tremendous force. The legs swing out, the dinner plate hooves strike, and predators learn to keep their distance. A single kick from a giraffe can break bones, crush skulls, end hunts before they truly begin. Lions have been killed by giraffe kicks. Even the most experienced predators approach with caution, knowing that the gentle giant before them is capable of lethal defense. But giraffes prefer not to fight. Their first instinct is to flee, to use their speed and stamina to outpace danger. Only when escape is impossible, when they are cornered or when their young are threatened, do they turn to their powerful legs. The kick is a last resort, a final defense, but it is remarkably effective. There is something reassuring about this. The giraffe, so peaceful, so gentle in its daily life, possesses the strength to protect itself when necessary. It is a reminder that gentleness and strength are not opposites. They can exist together in perfect balance. You are resting so peacefully, allowing these stories of predators and defense to flow over you without disturbance. There is no danger here, no threat, only the safety of your resting place and the gentle sound of words carrying you towards sleep. You are protected. You are held. Like the giraffe standing tall on the savanna, you have everything you need to be safe in this moment. Breathe slowly, and let's continue our journey together. Giraffes have very large hearts and high blood pressure. They need these powerful organs to pump blood all the way up their long necks to their brains. Think about the distance that blood must travel in a giraffe's body. From the heart up that neck of more than 6 feet to the brain perched high above the world. It's an incredible journey, fighting against gravity every inch of the way. No ordinary heart could accomplish this task. So the giraffe has an extraordinary heart. It weighs about 25 pounds, roughly the size of a basketball and the weight of a small child. It beats powerfully, generating blood pressure nearly twice that of a human. This immense pressure is necessary to push blood up the long vertical column of the neck, ensuring that the brain receives the oxygen it needs to function. Without this remarkable heart, the giraffe could not exist, could not be tall, could not reach the highest branches, could not live the life it was meant to live. The heart makes everything possible. It is the engine of the giraffe's existence, beating steadily, tirelessly, from the moment of birth until the very end. There's something profound about the heart, isn't there? The center of circulation, the source of life's rhythm. The giraffe's heart, so large and powerful, reminds us of the vital importance of this organ that we all share, each beating in its own way, keeping us alive. Special blood vessels in the giraffe's neck help prevent them from fainting when they raise and lower their heads quickly. Imagine a giraffe bending down to drink from a watering hole. Its head descends 6 feet, 8 feet more, dropping from high above to ground level in just a few seconds. Then, hearing a sound, it lifts its head again, snapping back up to full height. For a human, such a rapid change in position would cause dizziness, perhaps even fainting. Blood would rush to the head on the way down, then drain away too quickly on the way up. But the giraffe doesn't faint. It doesn't even seem to notice. This is because of a remarkable system of blood vessels, valves, and elastic tissues in its neck. When the head goes down, these vessels expand and absorb the rush of blood, preventing too much pressure from building in the brain. When the head comes up, they contract, maintaining pressure and keeping blood flowing steadily. It's called the rete mirabile, Latin for wonderful net, and it truly is wonderful. A network of vessels so finely tuned that the giraffe can move its head freely, without any of the problems that would plague a creature less perfectly designed. This elegant solution allows the giraffe to drink, to eat, to scan for predators, all without missing a beat. Every movement is smooth. Every transition is safe. The body has anticipated the challenges of being tall and has built in protections against them. How marvelous the body is, whether giraffe or human. So many systems working together, keeping us alive, keeping us safe without our even knowing. Your own body is doing this right now. Heart beating, blood flowing, breath moving in and out. You don't have to think about it. It simply happens perfectly, reliably, moment after moment. Trust your body now. Let it rest. Let it restore itself. Let it do what it knows how to do. You are in good hands. Your own. Let's continue, gently. Blood vessels and valves in the giraffe's legs help prevent blood from pooling in the lower limbs despite their tremendous height. When you're tall, gravity is both friend and enemy. keeps you grounded, but it also wants to pull everything downward. For a giraffe, this means that blood, following gravity's call, would naturally want to collect in the legs and feet. This could cause swelling, discomfort, even serious health problems. But once again, the giraffe's body has a solution. The blood vessels in the legs are surrounded by thick, tight tissue that acts like compression stockings. This tissue squeezes the vessels, preventing them from expanding too much and keeping blood moving back up toward the heart. Additionally, valves within the veins ensure that blood flows in only one direction, upward. These one-way gates prevent backflow, working against gravity to return blood to the circulation. It's a system that works continuously, silently, keeping the giraffe's legs healthy and functional despite their extraordinary length. Interestingly, scientists have studied these mechanisms to help design better treatments for humans with circulation problems. The giraffe, without knowing it, has inspired medical advances that help people around the world. Nature's designs, it turns out, often have applications beyond their original purpose. Giraffes have very large lungs to handle the long distance that air must travel through their windpipe. That long neck contains not just blood vessels but also the windpipe or trachea through which the giraffe breathes. Air must travel a great distance, down from the nostrils, through the throat, along the entire length of the neck, and into the lungs deep in the chest. This journey is much longer than in most animals. To compensate, the giraffe has evolved lungs that are enormous for its body size. These large lungs can hold a great volume of air, ensuring that enough oxygen reaches the bloodstream despite the long trip the air must take. They expand and contract with slow, deep breaths, filling completely with each inhalation. Interestingly, giraffes breathe more slowly than you might expect. Their breathing rate is about 1/3 that of a human's. Each breath is long and deliberate, drawing air down that extended pathway and then releasing it back into the world. It's a patient rhythm, a slow exchange, perfectly suited to the giraffe's anatomy. Picture a giraffe breathing in the warm African air. The lungs fill, the chest expands, oxygen enters the blood. Then the lungs empty, carbon dioxide is released, and the cycle begins again. Over and over, breath after breath, sustaining life in a body unlike any other on Earth. You too are breathing, slowly and gently, following your own rhythm. Each breath brings oxygen to your body, nourishes your cells, keeps you alive and present in this moment. There is nothing to do but breathe. Nothing to worry about, nothing to plan, nothing to solve. Just the breath, in and out, like waves on a quiet shore. You are doing beautifully. Let your body relax even more deeply now. Let every exhale release a little more tension, a little more weight. We'll continue together softly. The giraffe's windpipe and the blood vessels in its neck are supported by strong connective tissue. This support helps them cope with the rapid movements of the head. When a giraffe swings its neck during a necking battle or snaps its head up from a drink, the internal structures of the neck are under tremendous strain. The windpipe could collapse. Blood vessels could twist or tear. But they don't, because they are reinforced with strong, elastic connective tissue that holds everything in place. This connective tissue acts like internal scaffolding, providing structure and stability while still allowing flexibility. It stretches when the neck moves, then returns to its original shape when the movement stops. It absorbs shocks, distributes forces, and protects the delicate vessels and airways within. Without this reinforcement, the giraffe's remarkable neck would be a liability rather than an asset. But with it, the neck becomes a marvel of engineering, flexible enough to reach in any direction, strong enough to withstand the demands of daily life and combat alike. Every part of the giraffe is connected to every other part, each element supporting the others, each adaptation building on those that came before. It's a reminder of how integrated living systems are, how everything works together to create something greater than the sum of its parts. Giraffes have relatively small, pointed ears that help them detect sounds from predators and other giraffes. Compared to some animals, the giraffe's ears might seem modest. They're not the enormous fans of an elephant or the swiveling radar dishes of a deer. Instead, they're compact, pointed, and efficient, perfectly suited to their purpose. These ears can rotate and tilt, focusing on sounds from different directions. When a giraffe hears something of interest, the rustle of a predator in the grass, the call of another giraffe in the distance, those ears swivel toward the sound, gathering more information, helping the giraffe understand what's happening around it. Hearing is an important sense for giraffes, even if they themselves are relatively quiet animals. They do make sounds, low hums, snorts, grunts, and even infrasonic vocalizations that are too low for human ears to detect. These sounds help them communicate with one another, especially between mothers and calves. So the ears listen for danger, listen for companions, listen for the subtle sounds of the savanna. They are always working, always alert, even when the giraffe seems to be peacefully browsing on leaves. Beneath that calm exterior, the senses are active, keeping the giraffe informed and safe. How wonderful it is to be able to hear, to take in the sounds of the world around us. Right now, perhaps you hear only quiet, the soft sounds of your own breathing, maybe distant murmurs from beyond your room. Whatever you hear, let it be soothing. Let every sound be a reminder that the world continues gently outside your door and that you are safe within. Your own ears have brought you these words, carrying you towards sleep. Thank them for their service. Thank yourself for taking this time to rest. Let's continue now, approaching the end of this segment. Giraffes have excellent vision and can spot predators or other giraffes from very far away. From their great height, giraffes have an unparalleled view of the savanna. They can see for miles, scanning the landscape for anything of interest or concern. A lion crouching in the distant grass, a herd of zebras crossing a far-off plain, another giraffe silhouetted against the horizon. All of these are visible to the watchful eyes of a giraffe. This excellent vision is one of the giraffe's greatest defenses. Long before a predator is close enough to attack, the giraffe has seen it. This early warning gives time to move away, to gather the calves, to find safety before danger arrives. Many hunts are avoided simply because the giraffe sees them coming. The eyes themselves are large and beautiful, with long lashes that protect them from dust and debris. They're designed for a life spent looking outward, ever watchful, ever aware. During the day, they scan for predators. At dusk and dawn, they watch for movement in the fading light. Even at night, they remain somewhat alert, though giraffes sleep only briefly and in short bursts. To be tall is to see far, and to see far is to be safe. The giraffe's vision is a gift of its height, a benefit that makes its extraordinary stature not just impressive but essential for survival. A giraffe's large eyes are positioned on the sides of its head, giving it a wide field of view. Unlike predators, whose eyes face forward for depth perception and focused hunting, the giraffe's eyes are placed on the sides of its head. This positioning gives the giraffe nearly panoramic vision, the ability to see almost all the way around itself without turning its head. This wide field of view is perfect for a prey animal. While a giraffe is eating, it can still watch for danger approaching from the side or behind. It doesn't need to constantly turn its head to check its surroundings. Its eyes do the work, taking in a vast sweep of landscape with every glance. Of course, this comes with a small trade-off. With eyes on the sides, depth perception directly ahead is somewhat limited. But for a giraffe, this is a worthwhile exchange. The ability to see predators coming from any direction far outweighs the need to judge distances precisely when reaching for leaves. Picture a giraffe's face, those large, dark eyes looking out at the world. They see so much. The sweep of the plains, the movement of other animals, the subtle changes in light as the day progresses. They are windows to a world we can only imagine, a world viewed from great height with great clarity. And here you are, still resting, still listening. Your own eyes may be closed now, or perhaps they're growing heavier with each passing moment. Either way, you've traveled far in this segment, learning about hearts and lungs, about blood vessels and breathing, about ears and eyes and all the senses that keep the giraffe aware of its world. What a remarkable creature it is, and what a remarkable person you are, for taking this time to learn and rest. You are doing exactly what you need to do. Now, let's pause for a moment of gentle reflection. Let's gather the knowledge from this segment, holding it softly in our minds. We've learned that giraffes face predators on the savanna: lions, hyenas, leopards, and wild dogs. But they defend themselves with powerful kicks that can seriously injure or even kill an attacker. We've explored the remarkable cardiovascular system of the giraffe, with its large, powerful heart and high blood pressure that pumps blood all the way up the long neck to the brain. We've discovered the wonderful net of blood vessels that prevents fainting when the giraffe raises and lowers its head quickly, and the specialized vessels and valves in the legs that keep blood from pooling in the lower limbs. We've learned about the giraffe's large lungs, necessary to handle the long-distance air must travel through its extended windpipe, and the strong connective tissue that supports the neck's internal structures during movement. And we've explored the giraffe's senses, those small, pointed ears that detect sounds from predators and companions, and those large, beautiful eyes positioned on the sides of the head, providing excellent vision and a wide field of view to spot danger from far away. Heart and lungs, blood and breath, ears and eyes, all working together, all perfectly adapted, all keeping the giraffe alive and thriving on the African plains. Your own heart beats on, steady and true. Your own lungs breathe, slow and deep. Your own body, like the giraffe's, knows how to keep you alive, how to heal, how to rest. Trust in that wisdom now. Let your thoughts drift like clouds across a twilight sky. Somewhere, a giraffe stands watching the stars come out, its great eyes reflecting the light of distant suns. And you are here, warm and peaceful, drifting toward dreams. There is more to discover whenever you're ready. But for now, just breathe, just rest, just be. How softly the night has been unfolding around you. How gently time has been passing. Perhaps you've lost track of how long you've been resting here, and that's perfectly fine. Time moves differently in this space. Slower, kinder, more forgiving. There is no clock to watch, no schedule to keep. Only the quiet rhythm of your breathing and the gentle flow of words carrying you deeper into peace. Let your body settle even more completely now. Notice any places where you might still be holding tension. Perhaps in your shoulders, your jaw, your forehead. Breathe into those places, and as you exhale, let them soften. Let them release. There is nothing to hold onto, nothing to protect against. You are safe here, completely and utterly safe. We're going to explore how giraffes communicate with one another and live together in their communities. We'll learn about their social bonds, their surprising ways of speaking, and the important role they play in the larger world of the African savanna. These are stories of connection and belonging, of finding one's place in a community. They are gentle stories, and I think they'll carry you even further toward rest. So let yourself drift, and let's begin. Giraffes sometimes appear to stare for long periods. This behavior is actually part of scanning the horizon for distant threats. If you've ever watched a giraffe, you might have noticed how still they can become. They stand motionless, their great heads held high, their large eyes fixed on some distant point. Minutes pass, and the giraffe doesn't move. It seems almost meditative, as if the giraffe has entered a state of deep contemplation. In a way, it has, but this stillness is also practical. The giraffe is watching, scanning, searching the vast landscape for any sign of danger. From its great height, it can see for miles across the open plains. A lion moving through the grass, a pack of wild dogs on the horizon. Any flicker of movement that might signal threat, the giraffe's patient stare will catch it. This behavior is one of the giraffe's greatest defenses. By watching so carefully, so constantly, it gives itself time to respond to danger long before that danger arrives. Other animals on the savanna have learned to pay attention when a giraffe stares. If the tall ones are watching something, there might be good reason to be alert. There's something peaceful about imagining this patient vigilance. The giraffe doesn't worry or fret. It simply watches, calmly and steadily, trusting its eyes to tell it what it needs to know. A lesson, perhaps, in quiet awareness. Giraffes communicate with each other using sounds too low for humans to hear, as well as more audible sounds like snorts, grunts, and hisses. For many years, people thought giraffes were silent animals. They seemed to move through the world without making a sound, ghosts of the savanna, communicating only through their presence. But we now know this isn't true. Giraffes do speak to one another. We just can't always hear them. Some of the sounds giraffes make are infrasonic, meaning they vibrate at frequencies below the range of human hearing. These low rumbles travel long distances across the plains, allowing giraffes to communicate even when they can't see each other. A mother might call to her calf, or individuals might signal their location to distant companions, all through sounds we would never know were there. But giraffes also make sounds we can hear. They snort when alarmed, grunt during social interactions, and sometimes produce soft hisses or moaning sounds. Calves in particular are more vocal, bleating and mewing to get their mother's attention. These sounds, though quiet, form a language of their own. The savanna, it seems, is full of conversations we never knew were happening. The giraffes have been talking all along. We just needed to learn how to listen. You are listening so beautifully right now, taking in these words with the same patience that a giraffe takes in the landscape. There is a kind of stillness in you, a willingness to simply receive without judgment or hurry. That quality is precious. It allows you to rest deeply, to absorb what nourishes you, to let go of what doesn't serve you. You are doing exactly what you need to do. Breathe softly, and let's continue together. Giraffes also use body language to communicate. The position and movement of their necks, in particular, can signal messages to other giraffes. When words aren't enough, the body speaks. And for giraffes, that magnificent neck is one of their primary tools of expression. The way a giraffe holds its neck, the direction it's facing, how it moves. All of these convey meaning to other giraffes nearby. A lowered neck might signal submission or peaceful intent. A neck held high and stiff could indicate alertness or dominance. During necking battles between males, the swinging of the neck is itself a powerful statement of strength and challenge. Even the simple act of turning the neck toward another giraffe can be a form of acknowledgement or attention. Mothers and calves communicate constantly through body language. A slight movement of the mother's neck might tell the calf to follow or to stay. The calf's posture might signal hunger, fear, or playfulness. Without a single audible sound, entire conversations take place. We humans use body language too, often without realizing it. The way we stand, the gestures we make, the direction of our gaze. All of these send messages to those around us. The giraffes remind us that communication is richer and more varied than words alone. Sometimes presence speaks loudest. Giraffes often live in loose herds called towers. These groups are usually made up of females and their young, or separate groups of males. A tower of giraffes. Isn't that a lovely phrase? It captures something essential about these animals. Their height, their quiet majesty, the way they seem to rise up from the landscape like gentle monuments. These towers are social groups, but they're not rigid or fixed. They're loose, flexible, changing. A typical tower might consist of several females and their calves, grazing together, watching over one another's young, moving across the savanna as a group. Male towers exist too, often composed of younger males who travel and feed together. Within these groups, there's a sense of companionship without confinement. The giraffes stay near one another, benefiting from the collective watchfulness of many eyes, but they don't form the tight bonds that some other animals do. They come together, they drift apart, they find each other again. It's a fluid kind of community, shaped by the moment rather than by obligation. There's something freeing about this model of togetherness. Connection without possession. Community without constraint. The giraffes seem to understand that relationships can be meaningful even when they're flexible. How gently you're resting, how peacefully you're drifting. You are part of your own communities. The people who love you, the places where you belong, the connections that sustain you. Even here, alone in your quiet space, you are connected to the wider world. This time of rest is preparing you to return to those connections, refreshed and renewed. You are not alone. You are held by more than you know. Let that knowledge comfort you as we continue. Giraffes have a complex social system that is often described as fission fusion. This means that group size and membership change frequently. Fission fusion. The term comes from physics, from the way atoms split apart and come together. And it describes perfectly how giraffe society works. Groups form, grow, divide, and reform, constantly shifting like patterns in a kaleidoscope. One day, a giraffe might be part of a large gathering of 20 or more individuals. The next day, that same giraffe might be found in a small group of 3 or 4. The following week, it might be alone or with an entirely different set of companions. There's no fixed membership, no permanent roster. Everything is in motion. This flexibility serves the giraffes well. When food is plentiful, larger groups can form, benefiting from shared vigilance. When resources are scarce, smaller groups or individuals can spread out, reducing competition. The social structure adapts to conditions, changing as needed, always finding a new balance. For scientists studying giraffes, this made their social lives seem chaotic at first. But there are patterns within the fluidity, preferred companions, lasting bonds between certain individuals, relationships that persist even through the constant reshuffling. The giraffes, it turns out, remember their friends. Giraffes do not form permanent family groups like some other mammals. Individuals may join and leave different groups over time. In some animal species, family is everything. Elephants, for example, live in tight-knit matriarchal groups where generations stay together for life. But giraffes take a different approach. Their bonds are real, but they're not permanent. Family members might spend time together, then drift apart, then reunite again weeks or months later. A calf stays with its mother for the first year or so of life, sometimes longer. But eventually it begins to venture out, joining other groups, finding its own path. Adult siblings might recognize each other when they meet, might choose to graze together for a while, but they don't maintain a constant connection. This might sound lonely to us with our human emphasis on lasting family ties. But for giraffes, it seems to work. Their world is vast, their lives are long, and their needs change with the seasons. The freedom to move between groups, to form new connections, to adapt to changing circumstances. This flexibility is a strength, not a weakness. Perhaps there's a lesson here about holding relationships loosely, about loving without clinging, about trusting that connections can survive distance and time. You are so patient, so open, allowing these ideas to settle into your consciousness without resistance. That openness is a gift you're giving yourself. It allows you to rest without struggle, to receive without effort, to simply be without trying to become anything else. You are enough exactly as you are in this very moment. Let that truth sink into your bones. Breathe deeply, and let's continue on our gentle path. In some areas, several mother giraffes form nursery groups, where a few adults watch over many calves together. This is one of the more touching aspects of giraffe social life. When mothers need to venture further afield to find food, they don't always take their calves with them. Instead, they gather the young ones together in a group, watched over by one or two adult females, while the other mothers go off to browse. It's a kind of cooperative childcare, a giraffe daycare, if you will. The watching mothers keep the calves together, protect them from predators, comfort them when they're anxious. And the other mothers, knowing their babies are safe, can focus on the important work of feeding. When the mothers return, there are reunions, each mother finding her own calf among the group, perhaps through scent or individual recognition, and staying close once more. The nursery disperses until the next time it's needed. This arrangement benefits everyone. Mothers get the time they need to eat. Calves have company and protection. And the watching adults, who will have their turn to feed later, contribute to the welfare of the whole community. It's a system built on trust and reciprocity. The savanna, for all its dangers, has its gentlenesses too. Mothers helping mothers, adults protecting the young. Community in its most practical and tender form. Giraffes sometimes share feeding areas and water holes with zebras, antelopes, and other herbivores without much conflict. The African savanna is home to an extraordinary diversity of life. Zebras stripe the grasslands with their bold patterns. Antelopes leap and bound through the brush. Wildebeests gather in their thousands during migration. And among them all, the giraffes move peacefully, sharing the same spaces without quarrel. At a waterhole, you might see giraffes drinking alongside zebras, impalas, and even elephants. Each species has its own way of approaching the water, its own drinking style, its own sense of timing. They coexist, aware of one another, but not in competition. There's room for everyone. The same is true at feeding sites. While giraffes browse high in the trees, other herbivores graze on grass or nibble at lower shrubs. Each has its niche, its preferred food source, its own way of extracting nourishment from the landscape. Competition is minimized because needs don't overlap too much. This peaceful coexistence is a reminder that the natural world, though it includes predation and struggle, also includes harmony. Different species can share the same space, draw from the same resources, and still live without conflict. There's a generosity in nature that we sometimes overlook. How wonderful it is to imagine this peaceful sharing, this gentle coexistence, and how wonderful it is that you are here, sharing this time with yourself, giving yourself the gift of rest and quiet learning. You are being generous to yourself, and that generosity matters. It fills your well so that you have more to give to others. Rest is not selfish. It is essential. You are doing something important right now. Honor that. Breathe softly, and let's continue to the final facts of this segment. Giraffes often browse at different heights from other herbivores. This separation reduces direct competition for food. This is one of the elegant solutions that nature has found to the problem of limited resources. When many animals need to eat from the same landscape, how do they all find enough? Part of the answer is vertical stratification. Different animals eating at different heights. The giraffe, of course, owns the high canopy. With its extraordinary neck, it can reach leaves that no other browsing animal can touch. The tender, nutritious foliage at the tops of acacia trees belongs almost exclusively to the giraffe. Meanwhile, smaller antelope browse at shrub level, and grazers like zebras and wildebeests eat the grasses below. It's like a multi-story restaurant, with different diners eating at different floors. Everyone gets fed, and no one has to fight for a seat. The giraffe's height, which serves so many purposes, also ensures that its food supply remains relatively secure. This vertical separation has shaped the giraffe's evolution over millions of years. The taller individuals could reach food that others couldn't, giving them an advantage. Over time, this advantage was selected for, resulting in the magnificent creatures we see today. Height became survival. Survival became more height, and so the giraffe stretched toward the sky. Giraffes play an important role in their ecosystem by pruning tree branches, spreading seeds in their dung, and shaping vegetation structure for other animals. The giraffe is not just a resident of the savanna, it is an architect of it. Through its daily activities, it shapes the landscape in ways that benefit countless other species. When giraffes eat, they prune the trees. They remove excess growth, stimulate new branching, and prevent certain trees from becoming too dominant. This pruning creates the open, parkland-like structure that characterizes the African savanna, with its mix of grass and scattered trees. When giraffes defecate, they spread seeds. Many of the fruits and pods they eat contain seeds that pass through their digestive system intact, deposited far from the parent plant in a pile of nutrient-rich fertilizer. New trees sprout in new places, maintaining the diversity of the landscape. And by shaping the vegetation, giraffes create habitats for other animals. The browse trees provide different kinds of shelter. The open spaces allow grazers to see predators. The varied structure supports insects, birds, small mammals, and countless other forms of life. Every giraffe, simply by living its life, contributes to the health of the whole ecosystem. It is part of a web of connections that spans the entire savanna, linking the tallest tree to the smallest insect. This is the gift of being alive. This participation in something larger than oneself. And you are part of a web too. Your life touches other lives in ways you may never fully know. The kindness you show, the work you do, the love you share, all of these ripple outward, affecting the world around you. You matter. Your presence matters. And right now, by caring for yourself, you are also caring for everyone you'll meet when you wake. Rest is part of your contribution to the world. Let that idea comfort you as we pause now for reflection. We've learned that giraffes stare at the horizon not from absent-mindedness but from careful vigilance, scanning for threats across the vast savanna. We've discovered that they communicate in ways we can barely perceive, through infrasonic sounds too low for human ears, as well as snorts, grunts, and hisses. And we've seen how body language, especially the position and movement of the neck, conveys messages between individuals. We've explored the social world of the giraffe, learning that they live in loose groups called towers, with a fission fusion structure that allows membership to change frequently. Unlike some mammals, they don't form permanent family groups, instead moving between different companions over time. But this flexibility includes moments of tender cooperation, like the nursery groups where mothers take turns watching over each other's calves. We've seen how giraffes share their world peacefully with zebras, antelopes, and other herbivores, coexisting at water holes and feeding areas without much conflict. Their habit of browsing at different heights reduces competition for food. And we've understood the giraffe's role as an ecosystem architect, pruning trees, spreading seeds, and shaping the landscape for countless other species. Communication and community, cooperation and coexistence. The giraffe's social life is richer than it might first appear, woven into the larger fabric of life on the African plains. Let your thoughts become soft and hazy, like the glow of sunset on the savanna. Somewhere out there, a tower of giraffes is settling in for the night, their long necks silhouetted against a sky painted in shades of orange and gold. They've watched the horizon all day. Now it's time for stillness. And you are here, safe in your own stillness, drifting toward the peace of sleep. There is more to learn, more to discover whenever you return. But for now, just breathe, just rest, just be. How peaceful it is to find you here again, resting so quietly, so gently. The night has been deepening around you, or perhaps it's the stillness of afternoon, or the soft hours of early morning. Whatever time holds you now, it is the right time, the right moment for rest, for breathing, for this slow and gentle journey we're taking together. Let your eyelids grow heavy if they haven't already. Let your hands rest open and relaxed, palms soft, fingers loose. Notice how your whole body feels when you simply stop trying, when you let go of effort and allow yourself to be held by wherever you're resting. The bed holds you, the pillow cradles you, gravity itself keeps you grounded and safe. You don't have to do anything, You can simply be. We're going to explore how giraffes contribute to their world in ways both visible and invisible. We'll learn how their daily habits shape the landscape, how they serve as protectors for other animals, and how they move through the rhythms of day and night, activity and rest. These are quiet facts, gentle observations about a creature that lives in harmony with its world. They will carry you further into peace. So let your breath settle into its natural rhythm, and let's begin. The browsing of giraffes can stimulate new growth in trees and shrubs, influencing how savanna vegetation is shaped over time. When a giraffe eats from a tree, it doesn't destroy the tree. Instead, something interesting happens. The tree responds to being browsed by growing back, often more vigorously than before. New branches sprout, new leaves unfold, and the tree becomes fuller, healthier, more alive. This is called compensatory growth, and it's one of nature's quiet miracles. The giraffe takes what it needs, and the tree, in response, produces even more. It's a relationship that benefits both parties. The giraffe gets nourishment, and the tree gets stimulation that encourages its development. Over time, this browsing shapes the entire landscape. Trees that are regularly visited by giraffes develop a particular form, often with dense, bushy growth at the levels where giraffes feed. The savanna itself becomes a reflection of the giraffe's presence, sculpted by countless meals over countless years. The giraffe, simply by eating, becomes a gardener. It tends the land without knowing it, encouraging growth, shaping structure, participating in the slow, patient work of maintaining an ecosystem. There's something beautiful about this unconscious stewardship. By carrying seeds on their fur or spreading them through their dung, giraffes help plants colonize new areas. When a giraffe brushes past a plant, seeds can catch in its fur, hitchhiking to new locations far from where they began. When a giraffe eats fruits and pods, the seeds inside pass through its digestive system and emerge, still viable, in its droppings, deposited perhaps miles from the parent plant. This is how forests spread, how savannas diversify, how new life takes root in unexpected places. The giraffe becomes a messenger, carrying the potential for new growth across the landscape. It doesn't know it's doing this. It's simply living its life, walking its paths, eating its meals. But the consequences of its passage ripple outward in ways that will last for generations. A seed dropped today might become a tree that stands for a century. That tree might provide food for future giraffes, shelter for countless birds, shade for weary travelers. The giraffe's role in this chain is small but essential. Without it, the seed might never have traveled so far. Without it, that future tree might never have grown. We are all connected in this way, each of us carrying seeds we don't know we carry, planting futures we'll never see. The giraffe reminds us that our smallest actions can have effects beyond our imagining. How gently you're resting, how softly you're breathing. You are like a seed being carried toward somewhere new, toward the renewal that sleep will bring, toward the fresh beginning that awaits when you wake. Trust this process. Trust that you are being carried, just as the seed is carried, toward exactly where you need to be. There is nothing to figure out, nothing to control. Just rest, just breathe, just let yourself be carried. We'll continue now gently. By spotting danger early, giraffes can indirectly warn other animals when predators are nearby. From their great height, giraffes see what other animals cannot. A lion crouching in distant grass, a pack of hyenas approaching from behind a ridge, any movement that signals danger. The giraffe notices it first, and when the giraffe reacts, other animals pay attention. This isn't deliberate communication, not in the way we might think of it. The giraffe doesn't call out a warning or gesture to the zebras below, but its behavior changes. It stares more intently, its body stiffens, it may begin to move away. And the other animals who have learned to watch the giraffes understand what this means. In this way, the giraffe becomes a kind of watchtower for the entire savanna. Its height serves not only itself but all the creatures that share its space. The zebras glance up at the giraffes. The impalas note their movements. Even the birds pay attention. Everyone benefits from the giraffe's vigilance. This is cooperation without intention, community without agreement. The giraffe's presence makes the savanna safer for everyone, simply by being tall, by being watchful, by being there. What a gift it is to offer protection just by existing. Giraffes sometimes stand guard while smaller animals, like antelopes, feed nearby. These smaller animals benefit from the giraffe's ability to detect predators early. Picture this scene. A group of impalas grazes on the grass, heads down, focused on their meal. Nearby, a giraffe browses on the leaves of an acacia tree, its head held high, its large eyes scanning the horizon. The impalas know the giraffe is there. They feel safer because of it. This is a form of mutualism, though it's not entirely equal. The impalas benefit greatly from the giraffe's presence. They can eat more peacefully, knowing that the tall sentinel will spot danger before they do. The giraffe, for its part, gains little directly, though having more eyes and ears around is never a bad thing. It's a generous arrangement in its way. The giraffe doesn't demand payment or reciprocation, simply stands, watches, exists. And in doing so, it creates a zone of safety around itself, a bubble of protection that extends to all who stay near. Perhaps there are people in your life who serve this role for you. People whose presence makes you feel safer, calmer, more able to relax and focus on what you need to do. The giraffes and the impalas remind us that we all need watchers sometimes. And sometimes we get to be the watchers for others. You are being watched over right now, perhaps by loved ones in the next room, perhaps by the universe itself, perhaps simply by the part of you that remains alert even as the rest of you drifts towards sleep. You are not alone. You are held, protected, cared for. Let that knowledge settle into your heart like a warm glow. You can let go completely because something is always watching, always guarding, always keeping you safe. Breathe deeply, and let's continue our journey. Giraffes are diurnal, meaning they are most active during the day, especially in the cooler hours of morning and late afternoon. As the sun rises over the African plains, the giraffes begin their day. They move slowly at first, stretching their long necks, taking their first steps of the morning. The air is cool, the light is golden, and the savanna awakens around them. This is when giraffes are most active. In these gentle morning hours and again in the late afternoon, when the heat of the day begins to fade. They walk, they eat, they interact with one another. They cover miles of territory, browsing from tree to tree, maintaining the leisurely pace that suits their great size. Being diurnal means following the rhythm of the sun. When there is light, there is activity. When darkness falls, activity decreases. It's a natural pattern, one that humans followed for most of our history before electric lights changed everything. There's something restful about imagining this rhythm. Wake with the sun, rest in the heat of midday, become active again as evening approaches, and then settle down as night falls. The giraffes don't fight their natural inclinations. They follow them, moving through each day with the quiet confidence of creatures who know their place in time. In very hot weather, giraffes often rest in the shade to avoid overheating. The African sun can be merciless. Temperatures climb, the air shimmers with heat, and the savanna becomes a place of stillness as animals seek refuge from the intensity. The giraffes, too, find their way to shade. Beneath the canopy of a large acacia tree, a group of giraffes might gather, their spotted bodies dappled by the light filtering through the leaves. They stand quietly, conserving energy, waiting out the hottest hours. Occasionally, one might shift position or reach up to nibble on a leaf, but mostly they are still patient, at peace. This midday rest is essential for survival. Even with their remarkable system of heat regulation through their spotted skin, giraffes cannot withstand unlimited sun exposure. They need these periods of shade, these moments of respite from the relentless heat. And so they rest, not sleeping exactly, but not fully active either. Just being. Existing in the shade, breathing slowly, letting time pass. It's a kind of meditation, perhaps a quiet hour in the midst of a busy life. You are resting now, too, in your own way, finding your own shade, your own refuge from whatever heat the day has brought. This time is essential for you, just as shade is essential for the giraffe. Honor it, embrace it, let yourself simply be. What a gift it is to rest without guilt, to pause without apology. The giraffes understand this instinctively. When the body needs shade, you find shade. When the spirit needs stillness, you become still. You are listening to your own needs right now, and that is wisdom. It is not laziness or indulgence to rest. It is survival. It is health. It is the foundation upon which all your activity is built. You are doing something essential. Remember that. Breathe gently, and let's continue. Giraffes drink water infrequently. Sometimes they can go days without drinking, getting much of their moisture from the leaves they eat. Water is precious on the savanna. Water holes may be far apart, and the journey to reach them can be dangerous. So giraffes have adapted to need less water than you might expect. The leaves they eat, especially the fresh, tender ones at the tops of trees, contain significant moisture. This moisture is often enough to sustain them. A giraffe might visit a water hole only once every few days, or even less frequently. When water is available from recent rains or from particularly lush vegetation, they might not drink for a week or more. Their bodies have become efficient at extracting every drop of moisture from their food, at conserving what they have, at surviving on less. This adaptation is a kind of quiet resilience. The giraffe doesn't complain about the scarcity of water. It doesn't struggle against the conditions of its world. It simply adapts, finding ways to thrive within the constraints it faces. There's a lesson here about making do with what we have, about finding nourishment in unexpected places, about trusting that we have what we need even when it doesn't look the way we expected. The giraffe drinks when it can, and when it can't, it carries on. To drink, a giraffe must spread its front legs wide apart and bend down awkwardly. This position makes it more vulnerable to predators. When a giraffe does visit a water hole, the act of drinking is neither easy nor safe. That long neck, so perfect for reaching high branches, becomes a challenge when the goal is to reach the ground. The giraffe must splay its front legs outward, lowering its body into an ungainly crouch, stretching its neck down to finally reach the water. In this position, the giraffe cannot run quickly, cannot scan the horizon as effectively, cannot swing its neck in defense. It is, for those few moments, vulnerable in a way it almost never is. Predators know this, and they sometimes wait near water holes, hoping to catch a giraffe in this compromised position. And yet, the giraffe drinks. It accepts the risk because the need is real. It bends down, laps at the water with its long tongue, and drinks as quickly as it can before rising back to its full height, safe once more. There is courage in vulnerability. There is bravery in admitting need. The giraffe doesn't pretend it doesn't need water. It goes to the waterhole despite the danger, takes what it needs, and returns to safety. Sometimes the things that sustain us require us to be vulnerable, and that's okay. The giraffe teaches us that this is part of life. You are in a vulnerable position right now, too. The position of rest, of letting go, of trusting. Takes courage to close your eyes, to stop watching the world, to surrender to sleep. But you are doing it because you need it, just as the giraffe needs water. And like the giraffe, you will rise again, refreshed and renewed, ready to face whatever comes next. Your vulnerability right now is not weakness. It is wisdom. It is trust. It is the bravest thing you can do. Breathe deeply, knowing you are safe. Let's continue gently. Giraffes sleep very little, often only a few hours per day, usually taken in short naps rather than one long rest. This might surprise you. Such large animals, surely they need a lot of sleep? But giraffes have adapted to a world where rest is risky. On the open savanna, where predators prowl at all hours, sleeping deeply for long periods would be dangerous. So giraffes sleep lightly, briefly, in scattered moments throughout the day and night. A giraffe might nap for just a few minutes at a time, totaling perhaps 4 or 5 hours in a full day. Sometimes even less. These naps are often taken standing up, the giraffe's body remaining alert even as its mind rests briefly. It's a kind of sleeping that never fully surrenders, that keeps one eye open, metaphorically, for danger. This pattern of short, light sleep is called polyphasic sleep, and it's common among prey animals. It allows for rest without the vulnerability of deep unconsciousness. The giraffe gets what it needs, enough rest to function, while never leaving itself defenseless for long. For us, with our safe beds and locked doors, such vigilance isn't necessary. We can sleep deeply for hours at a time without fear. What a luxury that is. What a gift. The giraffe would envy us, perhaps, if it could understand. But instead, it simply does what it must, resting in its own way, adapted to its own world. Giraffes can sleep standing up. However, calves more often lie down to sleep, curling their long necks around to rest their heads on their bodies. Picture an adult giraffe standing motionless in the fading light, its eyes half closed, its great body swaying ever so slightly. It is asleep or nearly so, but still upright, still ready to move if danger approaches. This is how most giraffes sleep most of the time, on their feet, never fully surrendering to rest. But calves are different. Young giraffes, still under the protection of their mothers, often fold their long legs beneath them and lie down on the ground. They curl their necks around, tucking their heads back toward their bodies in a pose that looks almost like a sleeping swan. In this position, they can rest more deeply, trusting their mothers to keep watch. It's a tender image. The tall mother standing nearby, alert and vigilant. The small calf curled on the grass below, lost in the deeper sleep of childhood. As the calf grows, it will sleep less and less lying down, learning the adult way of resting on its feet. But for now, in its early months, it can surrender completely, held in the safety of its mother's presence. You can surrender completely too tonight. There are no predators outside your door. There is no need to sleep standing up. You can let go, curl into comfort, and rest as deeply as a giraffe calf beneath its mother's watchful gaze. You have journeyed so far in this segment, learning about the giraffe's role in its world and the rhythms of its daily life. How quietly you've been listening, how peacefully you've been drifting. The facts have washed over you like gentle waves, leaving behind a sediment of wonder and calm. You don't need to remember everything. You just need to rest. The knowledge is part of you now, absorbed without effort, held without strain. You are doing beautifully. Let's pause now to gather what we've learned. Let's hold gently the wisdom of this segment. We've learned that giraffes, through their browsing, actually stimulate new growth in trees, shaping the savanna landscape over time. We've seen how they spread seeds in their fur and dung, helping plants colonize new areas and maintaining the diversity of their world. We've discovered that giraffes serve as sentinels for the savanna, their height allowing them to spot danger early and indirectly warn other animals. Sometimes they stand guard while smaller creatures like antelopes feed nearby, their watchful presence creating a zone of safety for all. We've explored the rhythms of the giraffe's day, how they are diurnal, most active in the cooler morning and late afternoon, and how they rest in the shade during the hottest hours. We've learned that they drink water infrequently, getting most of their moisture from leaves, and that when they do drink, they must assume a vulnerable, awkward position that puts them at risk. And finally, we've discovered the giraffe's unusual sleep patterns. Just a few hours per day, taken in short naps, often while standing. Only the calves regularly lie down to sleep, curling their necks around their bodies in the shelter of their mother's watchfulness. From ecosystem gardener to community sentinel, from patient shade seeker to vigilant sleeper, the giraffe moves through its world with quiet purpose and remarkable adaptation. You don't need to sleep like a giraffe. Standing, vigilant, in brief, uncertain snatches, you can sleep like a human, deeply, safely, for as long as your body needs. You can surrender completely to the soft embrace of rest. Somewhere on the savanna, the giraffes are settling into their own strange rest, standing beneath the stars, half awake and half dreaming. And you are here in your own safe place, free to let go entirely. There is more to discover, more to learn whenever you return. But for now, Just breathe. Just rest. Just be. How gently you've been resting. How softly the hours have been passing. Perhaps you've lost count of the facts we've explored together, and that's perfectly fine. The numbers don't matter. What matters is this moment, this breath, this quiet space you've created for yourself in the midst of all the world's demands. Let your jaw relax completely now. Let your tongue rest softly in your mouth, not pressed against anything, just floating. Notice how your face feels when you release all the tiny tensions you didn't even know you were holding. The muscles around your eyes, your forehead, your temples. Let them all go soft. There is nothing to figure out with your face. No expression to maintain. Just rest. We're going to explore some deeper aspects of the giraffe's life. How they endure through difficult times, how long they live, and what challenges they face in the modern world. Some of these facts are more serious than others, but I'll share them gently, and we'll find the hope that exists within them. Because even in difficult truths, there is always hope. There is always something to hold on to. So let your breath continue its slow rhythm, and let's begin. Giraffes may rest with their neck curled back and their head resting on their body during brief naps. We touched on this image before, but let's linger here a moment longer, because it's such a tender picture. Imagine a giraffe, that impossibly long neck curved gracefully backward, the head coming to rest on the hip or the back of the body. It's a pose that seems almost impossible given the giraffe's proportions, and yet it works perfectly. In this position, the giraffe can truly rest. The muscles of the neck, which work constantly to hold that heavy head aloft, finally get a break. The head is supported, cradled by the giraffe's own body, and for a few precious minutes, everything can relax. These moments of deep rest are rare and brief. They might last only a minute or two before the giraffe stirs, lifts its head, and returns to its usual alertness. But in those quiet moments, the giraffe finds a peace that it cannot afford at other times. It surrenders just briefly to the need for true rest. There's something touching about watching such a large, powerful creature curl up on itself like a sleeping child. It reminds us that rest is universal, that every living thing needs moments of surrender, moments when the work of staying alert can be set aside. Even giants need to lay their heads down sometimes. During droughts, giraffes may travel farther than usual to find green leaves. They often concentrate around rivers or wetter areas where vegetation remains. The African savanna is a land of seasons, and not all seasons are kind. When the rains fail, when the land dries and cracks beneath the relentless sun, the giraffes must adapt. The trees they rely on may lose their leaves, the grasses may turn brown and brittle, and the comfortable browsing grounds may become barren. So the giraffes travel. They walk longer distances, venturing into territories they might not normally visit, searching for the green that means survival. They follow ancient paths toward rivers, toward low-lying areas where water collects, toward any place where moisture might still support the growth of leaves. This journey is not easy. The land is harsh, the heat is intense, and the distances are vast. But the giraffes persist, one long-legged step at a time, trusting that somewhere ahead there will be food. And usually there is. The rivers still flow, the deep-rooted trees still find water underground, and the giraffes find what they need. Drought is a test, but it is not a sentence. The giraffes have survived countless droughts over millions of years. They know in their bones how to endure. They know that the rains will return, that the green will come back, that this difficult time will pass. They simply keep walking until it does. You are enduring your own journeys, too, in your own way. The challenges you face, whatever they are, do not last forever. Like the giraffe walking toward distant water, you are moving through your difficulties one step at a time. And like the giraffe, you will find what you need. Trust in your own resilience. Trust in the return of easier times. You have survived every difficult day so far, and you will survive this one too. Rest now and let your strength renew. Let's continue together, gently. In very dry seasons, giraffes can lose body condition, but they may still survive because of their ability to use sparse tree foliage. When drought stretches on, even the giraffes begin to show its effects. Their bodies thin, their ribs may become visible, their movements may slow. The lack of abundant food takes its toll, as it does on all living things. The giraffe, for all its grace, is not immune to hardship. But here is where the giraffe's remarkable adaptations prove their worth. Even when the savanna looks barren, the giraffes can find food. They reach higher than any other browsing animal, accessing leaves that remain on the uppermost branches. They strip bark from trees when leaves are scarce. They find nutrition where others cannot. This ability to use sparse foliage, to extract sustenance from what little remains, allows giraffes to survive when other animals might not. They may grow thin, they may struggle, but they persist. Their bodies are built for lean times as well as abundant ones, designed to weather the fluctuations that are part of life on the savanna. And when the rains finally return, when the trees burst into new growth, the giraffes recover. They eat and eat, rebuilding their strength, restoring their condition, preparing for whatever comes next. The lean times are part of their story, but they are not the end of it. The giraffes always carry on. Giraffes can live for more than 20 years in the wild, and often longer under human care. 20 years or more. Think about how much life that represents. 20 years of sunrises over the African plains. 20 years of reaching for leaves, of walking long distances, of standing beneath the stars. 20 years of watching seasons change, of knowing the land intimately, of being part of the savanna's rhythm. In those 20 years, a giraffe might give birth to many calves, might travel thousands of miles, might form countless fleeting connections with other giraffes who come and go through its life. It might survive droughts, escape predators, weather storms. It might grow from a wobbly newborn into a towering elder, darker in color, wiser in ways we cannot measure. Under human care, in sanctuaries and well-managed zoos, giraffes can live even longer. 25 years, sometimes approaching 30. Freed from the pressures of predation and drought, they age gracefully, their needs met by caregivers who have dedicated their lives to understanding these remarkable animals. There is something comforting about this long lifespan. The giraffe is not a fleeting presence in the world, but a sustained one. Each individual has time to truly live, to experience the fullness of what it means to be a giraffe. And those decades of life add up, generation after generation, creating a continuity that stretches back millions of years. How remarkable it is to contemplate a life spanning decades, filled with experiences we can only imagine. And how remarkable you are, here in this moment, pausing from your own journey through time to rest and reflect. Your life, too, is full of years, full of moments, full of potential. Whatever age you are, there is more to come. More sunrises, more learning, more love. But right now, this moment is enough. This breath is enough. You are enough. Let that truth settle over you like a soft blanket. Breathe deeply, and let's continue. Giraffes are currently declining in the wild. There are roughly a bit over 100,000 individuals left across Africa, and several species are of conservation concern. Now we come to a harder truth, one that I share with you gently, knowing that difficult news is best received in a calm space. The giraffes, those magnificent creatures we've been learning about, are not as numerous as they once were. Their numbers have fallen and continue to fall across much of their range. 100,000 individuals might sound like a lot, but spread across the vast African continent, across all the different species and subspecies, it is fewer than you might think. Some giraffe populations number only in the hundreds, isolated in small patches of remaining habitat. Others are more numerous but still declining. This is a creature that has walked the earth for millions of years, that has evolved to fill a unique niche in its ecosystem, that has shaped the very savannas it inhabits. And now, in just a few human generations, its future has become uncertain. But knowing this is the first step toward change. You, by listening to these facts, by caring about giraffes, are part of the solution. Awareness matters. Concern matters. Every person who learns about the giraffe situation and carries that knowledge forward is contributing to the hope for their future. Giraffe populations have dropped significantly over the last few decades in many regions. This trend is sometimes called silent extinction. Silent extinction. The phrase itself carries a kind of sad poetry. It means that the decline is happening quietly, without the attention that other endangered species receive. The elephant has its advocates, the rhinoceros its campaigns, but the giraffe has often been overlooked, its slow disappearance going almost unnoticed by the wider world. In some parts of Africa, giraffes have vanished entirely from places where they once roamed freely. In other areas, their numbers have fallen by half or more within a single human lifetime. The herds that once dotted the savannas have thinned. The towers have grown smaller. The great gatherings at waterholes have become rarer. Silent because it happened gradually. Silent because the giraffe seems so eternal, so permanently part of the African landscape, that many people simply assumed it would always be there. Silent because we weren't paying attention. But the silence is breaking now. Scientists, conservationists, and ordinary people are beginning to notice, to speak up, to act. The giraffe story is being told, and with that telling comes the possibility of change. What was silent is becoming a conversation. What was overlooked is becoming a priority. It takes courage to face difficult truths, and you are showing that courage simply by staying present with this information. You don't have to solve these problems tonight. You don't have to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders as you drift towards sleep. But by knowing, by caring, you become part of a larger community of people who want better for our planet and its creatures. That community is vast, and it is growing. You are not alone in your concern. Rest in that knowledge. The work can wait until you wake. For now, just breathe. Let's continue, gently. Major threats to giraffes include habitat loss, poaching, civil unrest, and fragmentation of their remaining range. The challenges facing giraffes are many, and they are interconnected. Let's understand them, not to feel despair, but to see clearly what needs to be addressed. Habitat loss is perhaps the greatest threat. As human populations grow, as agriculture expands, as cities spread, the wild places where giraffes live are shrinking. The savannas are being converted to farmland, the forests are being cleared, the open spaces are being divided by roads and fences. The giraffes have fewer and fewer places to roam. Poaching takes its toll as well. Despite protections, giraffes are sometimes killed for their meat, their hides, their bones. Each loss diminishes the population further, removing individuals who might have lived for decades, who might have raised many calves, who might have contributed to the health of their herds. Civil unrest in some regions creates additional chaos, making conservation work dangerous or impossible and leaving wildlife vulnerable to exploitation. and fragmentation, the breaking up of once continuous habitat into isolated patches, traps giraffe populations in areas too small to sustain them, cutting them off from other groups and limiting their genetic diversity. These are human-caused problems, which means they can have human-solved solutions. Every one of these threats can be addressed through policy, through protection, through changing how we share the planet with other species. The situation is serious, but it is not hopeless. In some countries, giraffe meat and bones have been hunted for food and traditional uses, adding pressure to wild populations. In parts of Africa, giraffe hunting is not driven by sport but by necessity or tradition. Communities facing food insecurity may hunt giraffes as a source of protein. Bones and other body parts may be used for traditional practices or sold for income. These are not villains in this story. They are people facing their own struggles, making choices within their own contexts. But the cumulative effect of this hunting, combined with all the other threats, is significant. Each giraffe taken from the wild is one fewer to reproduce, one fewer to shape the ecosystem, one fewer to pass on the legacy of its kind. The solution is not simple condemnation, but rather partnership. When local communities benefit from the presence of giraffes, through tourism, through conservation jobs, through the health of their shared environment, the incentives shift. When people have alternatives to hunting, many choose those alternatives. When giraffes are seen as valuable alive rather than dead, protections become more effective. This is happening in many places across Africa. Communities that once hunted giraffes are now protecting them, guiding tourists to see them, taking pride in their presence. The story is changing, slowly but surely, and in that change lies hope. You are carrying these stories so gently, allowing the weight of them to pass through you without settling too heavily. That is wisdom. The world's problems are real, but they are not yours alone to solve. You can care deeply without being crushed by caring. You can hold concern in one hand and hope in the other. Tonight, let hope be the hand you rest upon. Tomorrow, you can pick up whatever part of the work is yours to do. For now, just rest. You've earned this peace. Let's continue to the final facts of this segment. Protected areas and national parks are crucial strongholds for many of the remaining giraffe populations. In the vast landscape of Africa, there are places set aside for wildlife. National parks, game reserves, protected areas where hunting is forbidden and habitat is preserved. These places are islands of safety in an increasingly developed world, and for giraffes, they are essential. Within these protected areas, giraffes can roam freely, can find food, can raise their calves without many of the threats that exist outside the boundaries. Park rangers patrol the land, monitoring populations, discouraging poachers, ensuring that the animals within have the best chance of survival. Some of the most famous names in African conservation are giraffe strongholds: the Serengeti, Kruger National Park, Murchison Falls, the Masai Mara. These are places where you can still see towers of giraffes walking across the landscape as they have for countless generations. But protected areas alone are not enough. They must be well managed, well funded, and connected to one another so that giraffe populations can mix and maintain genetic diversity. The boundaries on maps must translate into protection on the ground, and the areas outside the parks must become friendlier to wildlife, creating corridors and buffer zones where giraffes can move safely. The parks are a foundation. What we build on that foundation will determine the giraffe's future. International conservation groups and African governments run translocation programs, moving giraffes to safer, suitable habitats to boost their numbers. Here is a fact filled with hope. Across Africa, dedicated teams are working to give giraffes new chances in new places. They carefully capture giraffes from areas where populations are struggling, transport them safely. No small feat for such large animals, and release them into habitats where they can thrive. These translocations are remarkable operations. Giraffes are gently sedated, their long necks supported, their eyes covered to keep them calm. They're loaded into specially designed vehicles and driven, sometimes for many hours, to their new homes. Rangers and veterinarians monitor every step, ensuring the animal's safety throughout the journey. When the giraffes are released, they step out into landscapes that may not have seen their kind for decades. They explore, they browse, they begin to make the new place their home. And over time, they reproduce, their numbers grow, and the population becomes established. These programs have already achieved remarkable successes. Giraffes have been reintroduced to areas where they had disappeared entirely. Populations on the brink have been bolstered with new individuals. What was lost is being slowly, carefully restored. This is what hope looks like in action. Not just wishing for better, but doing the difficult, expensive, exhausting work of making better happen. The people who do this work are heroes in the truest sense, and their efforts are making a real difference. And you are part of this web of hope simply by being aware, by caring, by holding these gentle giants in your thoughts. The world is full of people working to protect what is precious, and you are connected to them through your concern, your knowledge, your heart. That connection matters. It ripples outward in ways you may never see, but that are real nonetheless. Rest now in the knowledge that hope exists, that good work is being done, that the future is still being written. You can be part of that future, but first you must rest. Let's gather what we've learned. We've learned about how giraffes rest, curling their long necks back to lay their heads on their bodies during brief, precious naps. We've explored how they endure drought, traveling long distances to find water and green vegetation, losing condition but surviving through their remarkable ability to use sparse foliage. We've discovered that giraffes can live more than 20 years in the wild, and even longer under human care. Decades of life, full of experience and meaning. But we've also faced harder truths. Giraffe populations are declining, with roughly 100,000 individuals remaining across Africa. This decline has been called a silent extinction because it has happened gradually, without the attention given to other threatened species. We've understood the threats they face: habitat loss, poaching, civil unrest, fragmentation of their range, and hunting for food and traditional uses. But we've also found hope. Protected areas serve as crucial strongholds for giraffe populations, and dedicated conservationists run translocation programs, moving giraffes to safer habitats where their numbers can recover. Endurance and challenge, decline and hope. The giraffe story in the modern world is complex, but it is not finished. The final chapters are still being written, and they can still be chapters of recovery and renewal. You've held difficult truths tonight, and you've held them with grace. The world and its challenges will be there when you wake, but so will the hope, so will the helpers, so will the possibility of change. Somewhere in Africa, a translocation truck is carrying giraffes to a new home. Somewhere, a ranger is patrolling a park by starlight. Somewhere, a calf is sleeping curled beneath its mother's watchful gaze. And you are here, safe and warm, drifting toward your own rest. There is more to discover, more to learn whenever you return. But for now, just breathe, just rest, just be. How far we've traveled together, you and I, through the world of the giraffe. From the heights of their towering necks to the depths of their four-chambered stomachs. From the moment of their birth to the challenges they face in our modern world. You've been such a gentle companion on this journey, resting and listening, drifting and learning. And now we come to the final segment. 10 more facts, and then our time together will draw to a close. But there's no sadness in endings, only the quiet satisfaction of completion. You've given yourself something beautiful tonight, the gift of rest, the gift of wonder, the gift of time spent in the company of gentle giants. Let your body feel completely supported now. Let every last trace of tension drain away, flowing out of you like water into sand. Your breath is slow and easy. Your heart beats its steady rhythm. Your mind is soft, receptive, peaceful. There is nothing left to do but listen, and soon to sleep. So let's begin this final chapter, gently and gratefully. Wildlife reserves and national parks across Africa often treat giraffes as key attractions and flagship animals for tourism and conservation awareness. When visitors come to Africa seeking wildlife, seeking the magic of the savanna, the giraffe is often at the top of their list. There is something unforgettable about seeing a giraffe in its natural habitat, that impossible silhouette against a sunset sky, that graceful walk across the golden grass, that gentle face turning to regard you with calm curiosity. Parks and reserves understand this. They know that giraffes draw visitors from around the world, visitors whose spending supports conservation efforts, employs local communities, and creates economic incentives for protecting wild spaces. The giraffe becomes a flagship species, a symbol that represents entire ecosystems, a single recognizable animal that stands in for the thousands of species that share its home. This is the power of charisma in conservation. By protecting the giraffe, we protect the acacia trees it eats, the birds that nest in those trees, the insects that pollinate the flowers, the soil that supports it all. The giraffe opens the door, and behind it lies a whole world worth saving. Every tourist who photographs a giraffe, every child who falls in love with their long necks and gentle eyes, becomes part of this story. They carry the giraffe home with them in their hearts, and some of them return to help. The giraffe, simply by being itself, inspires protection for its entire world. In human care, giraffes are important ambassadors for African wildlife. They help educate visitors about savannas and conservation. In zoos and wildlife parks around the world, giraffes serve as teachers. They stand in their enclosures, tall and magnificent, and visitors gather to watch them, to learn about them, to understand something of the world they come from. For many people, especially children, seeing a giraffe in a zoo is their first encounter with African wildlife. They learn about the savanna, about the acacia trees, about the other animals that share the giraffe's home. They learn about the challenges these animals face and the efforts being made to protect them. A seed is planted, a connection is formed, and that connection may grow into a lifetime of caring. The giraffes in human care are ambassadors, representing their wild cousins in places those cousins could never reach. They bridge the gap between continents, between ecosystems, between the wild and the everyday. Through them, the message of conservation travels far beyond Africa's borders. And it works. Studies show that zoo visits increase people's concern for wildlife and their willingness to support conservation. The giraffe, patient and gentle, changes minds simply by being seen, by being encountered, by being real. It teaches without words, advocates without speeches, inspires without knowing it does so. You have been such a patient student tonight, absorbing fact after fact with the quiet receptivity of still water. That patience is a strength, you know. In a world that moves so fast, that demands so much, your ability to be still, to listen, to simply receive, that is a rare and precious thing. You honor yourself by cultivating it. You honor the giraffes by learning about them. And you honor this moment by being fully present in it, even as you drift towards sleep. You are doing beautifully. Let's continue gently. The fur on a giraffe's body can host tiny parasites, and oxpecker birds often perch on giraffes to feed on these. Here is a small story of partnership, played out countless times each day across the African savanna. The giraffe, so large, so seemingly self-sufficient, has tiny passengers, parasites that burrow into its skin and feed on its blood. Left unchecked, these parasites would cause irritation, infection, discomfort. Enter the oxpecker, a small brown bird with a bright red or yellow beak. These birds land on the giraffe's back, its neck, its flanks, and they go to work. Their sharp beaks probe the giraffe's fur, plucking out ticks and other parasites, eating their fill. The giraffe stands patiently, tolerating the birds' explorations, perhaps even welcoming them. This is mutualism at its most visible. Two species, each benefiting from the other. The bird gets food. The giraffe gets relief from parasites. Neither could provide for themselves what the other offers so freely. And so they cooperate, predator and host becoming partners, linked in a small but meaningful alliance. Across the savanna, you'll see oxpeckers perched on many large mammals, on buffalo, on zebras, on rhinos. But there's something particularly charming about seeing them on a giraffe, hopping along that long neck, cleaning as they go, the giant and the tiny working together in quiet harmony. A giraffe's nostrils can be closed almost completely to keep out dust, especially during dust storms or when running. The African savanna can be a dusty place. When the wind picks up, carrying the dry soil into swirling clouds, when herds of animals run and kick up debris, when the earth itself seems to rise into the air, breathing becomes a challenge. But the giraffe is prepared. Those large nostrils, which draw in air through the long journey to the lungs, can close almost entirely when conditions demand it. Muscular control allows the giraffe to seal its nose against the invading dust, protecting the delicate tissues within, keeping the airways clear. This is another of those quiet adaptations that we might never notice but that make the giraffe's life possible. The savanna is harsh, and the animals that live there have evolved countless small solutions to its challenges. The closable nostril is one such solution, elegant in its simplicity, effective in its function. When the dust storm passes, when the air clears, the nostrils open again, and breathing returns to normal. The giraffe has weathered another small trial, has protected itself with a tool that evolution provided long ago. And life on the savanna continues. How remarkable it is that even in the smallest details, a closable nostril, a bird on the back, we find stories of adaptation and survival. And how remarkable you are, still listening, still present, even as sleep draws nearer. Your dedication to this moment, to this rest, is quietly extraordinary. You have chosen to spend this time learning about creatures far away, and in doing so, you have expanded your own world just a little. That matters. You matter. Breathe softly now, and let's continue our final journey together. A giraffe has a long tail, ending in a tuft of dark hair. This tail helps them swat away biting flies and other insects. We've spoken so much about the giraffe's neck that we might almost forget its other long feature. That elegant tail swinging gently behind the body, ending in a distinctive plume of dark, coarse hair. This tail is a fly swatter, pure and simple. The African savanna is home to many biting insects. Flies, mosquitoes, gnats, all eager to land on the giraffe's body and take their meal. But the tail is in constant motion, sweeping back and forth across the hindquarters, flicking away any insect foolish enough to land. Watch a giraffe standing peacefully, and you'll see the tail moving even when nothing else does. It's an automatic motion, barely requiring thought, like the swish of a metronome. Back and forth, keeping the pests at bay. For an animal as large as a giraffe, insects might seem like a trivial concern. But enough bites can cause real distress, irritation, blood loss, the spread of disease. The tail provides constant protection, a never-ending defense against tiny but persistent threats. It's a simple tool, but an essential one. Giraffe tails can be over a meter long. The tail hair has been traditionally used by some people to make bracelets or fly whisks. That meter of tail, with its distinctive tuft, has caught human attention for as long as our species have lived alongside giraffes. The coarse, durable hair was prized for its strength and texture. Woven into bracelets, fashioned into fly whisks, used in various traditional crafts. These uses were once sustainable when giraffe populations were vast and human demands were modest. A tail from a naturally deceased giraffe, or from one hunted for food, could provide material for many small items. The giraffe became part of human culture, its body contributing to human life in ways both practical and symbolic. Today, with giraffe numbers diminished, such uses raise conservation concerns. The demand for giraffe products, however traditional, can contribute to hunting pressure on already vulnerable populations. Balancing cultural practices with conservation needs is a delicate task, one that requires respect for both the people and the animals involved. But there's something touching in the idea that giraffes have been woven into human life for so long, literally woven in some cases, becoming part of our crafts, our stories, our daily existence. The giraffe is not just an animal we observe from a distance. It is an animal we have lived with, depended on, incorporated into our cultures across thousands of years. You have traveled so far tonight, through so many facts and stories. Your willingness to stay on this journey speaks to something beautiful in you. A curiosity, a gentleness, a desire to understand the world beyond your own immediate experience. These are qualities to treasure. They make you a richer person, a more connected person, a person who sees the threads that link all living things. Rest now in that connection. You are part of the web of life just as the giraffe is. You belong here in this moment, in this world. Let's continue to our final facts, gently and gratefully. Giraffes often visit mineral licks or salty soil patches to take in extra minerals that are lacking in the leaves they eat. We touched on this earlier in our journey, but it's worth returning to as we near the end. The giraffe's diet, rich in leaves and browse, provides most of what it needs. But certain minerals, sodium, calcium, phosphorus, are harder to find in sufficient quantities in plant material alone. So the giraffes seek out these minerals in the earth itself. They know where the mineral licks are, passed down perhaps through generations of knowledge, through watching their mothers, through the accumulated wisdom of the herd. They visit these places, licking the soil, chewing on mineral-rich earth, supplementing their diet with what the leaves cannot provide. It's a humble behavior for such a majestic animal. The great giraffe lowering its head to the ground, licking salt from the soil. But it speaks to the completeness of the giraffe's adaptation, its understanding of its own needs, its willingness to seek out what is necessary for health. We all have needs that our everyday diets don't fully meet. We all must sometimes seek out supplements, alternatives, sources of nourishment that don't come easily. The giraffe reminds us that this is natural, this is wise, this is part of taking good care of ourselves. In some African cultures, giraffes appear in traditional stories and art because of their unusual and striking appearance. Long before scientists studied giraffes, long before tourists photographed them, the people of Africa lived alongside these remarkable animals and incorporated them into their cultures. The giraffe appeared in stories told around evening fires, in paintings on rock walls, in the symbols and myths that gave meaning to the world. How could it be otherwise? The giraffe is so distinctive, so unlike any other animal, that it demands attention, demands explanation, demands a place in the human imagination. Why is the giraffe so tall? How did it get its spots? What does it mean when a giraffe crosses your path? These questions have been asked for thousands of years, and each culture has found its own answers. In some stories, the giraffe is a messenger, able to see far because of its height, carrying news between the earth and the sky. In others, it is a symbol of grace or patience, moving through the world with quiet dignity. The specific meanings vary, but the presence of the giraffe in human culture is universal across its range. These stories matter. They show that humans have always recognized something special in the giraffe, have always felt a connection to this gentle giant. The giraffe is not just an animal but a character in the human story, a fellow traveler through time, a creature that has walked beside us for as long as we have told tales. And here you are, adding your own chapter to the giraffe story, simply by listening, by learning, by caring. Every person who knows about giraffes, who thinks about them kindly, who wishes them well, each one becomes part of the giraffe's ongoing story. You are part of that story now. Your knowledge, your compassion, your restful attention tonight, these are gifts you give to the giraffes, even from far away. How beautiful that is. How meaningful. You have done something good simply by being here. Remember that as you drift towards sleep. Let's continue to our final 2 facts, gently and with gratitude. Because of their height and distinctive silhouette, giraffes are often used as symbols of Africa. They appear on stamps, logos, and as mascots representing the continent. When people around the world think of Africa, certain images come to mind. The lion's mane, the elephant's trunk, and the giraffe's unmistakable silhouette, that long neck stretching toward the sky, instantly recognizable, uniquely African. This has made the giraffe a symbol, an icon, a representative of an entire continent. You'll find giraffes on postage stamps from African nations, on the logos of African businesses and organizations, on the mascots of sports teams and conservation groups. The giraffe stands in for Africa itself, evoking the savanna, the wild places, the rich diversity of life that makes the continent so special. This symbolic power is a double-edged gift. It raises awareness of giraffes, makes them beloved around the world, creates a constituency of people who care about their survival. But it can also reduce them to mere images, to decorations divorced from the living, breathing animals they represent. The giraffe on a stamp is beautiful, but the giraffe on the savanna is miraculous. Let us remember, as we see these symbols, that they point to something real, to animals with individual personalities, with families and friendships, with lives as rich and meaningful as any symbol could suggest. Giraffes can live quietly across the savannas, moving slowly beneath the trees, shaping the land and the stories of Africa over time. And so we come to the end, to the 100th fact, to the final piece of our journey together. And perhaps the most fitting fact of all is simply this: giraffes live. They exist. They move through their world with quiet grace, doing what giraffes do, being what giraffes are. They walk beneath the acacia trees, reaching up to browse the highest leaves. They drink at water holes, spreading their legs awkwardly, vulnerable and brave. They give birth to calves that drop to the earth and stand within an hour. They sleep in brief snatches, curled like question marks, dreaming whatever dreams giraffes might dream. They shape the land by eating, by walking, by spreading seeds and pruning branches. They shape human stories by being beautiful, by being strange, by being unforgettable. They have done this for millions of years, and with luck and care, they will do it for millions more. This is what we've been learning about tonight. Not just facts and figures, but a way of being in the world. The giraffe's way: quiet, patient, graceful, present, moving slowly through the landscape, taking what is needed, giving back more than it takes, living in harmony with its world. There is something to learn from this, something to carry into our own lives. The giraffe doesn't hurry. It doesn't worry about what other animals think. It doesn't try to be anything other than what it is. It simply lives, fully and authentically, a giraffe among giraffes, a creature at home in its world. May we all find such peace. And so, we have reached the end of our 100 facts. You have stayed with me through it all, resting and listening, drifting and learning. What a gift your presence has been. What an honor to accompany you on this journey towards sleep. You came here seeking rest, and I hope you found it. You came perhaps seeking distraction, and I hope you found something more. A connection to a creature far away, a sense of wonder at the world's gentle giants, a feeling of peace that will stay with you as you sleep and perhaps beyond. Thank you for being here. Thank you for caring. Thank you for resting. We've learned that giraffes serve as flagship species for conservation, drawing tourists to wildlife reserves and inspiring protection for entire ecosystems. In zoos and wildlife parks, they act as ambassadors, educating visitors about African savannas and the importance of conservation. We've discovered small details of their lives. The oxpecker birds that clean parasites from their fur, the nostrils that can close against dust, the long tails that swat away biting insects. We've learned that giraffe tails have been used in traditional crafts, and that giraffes seek out mineral licks to supplement their diet. We've explored the giraffe's place in human culture, appearing in traditional stories and art, serving as symbols of Africa on stamps and logos, representing an entire continent in the human imagination. And we've come, finally, to the simple truth that giraffes live quietly on the savanna, shaping the land and the stories of Africa over time, being what they are, existing with grace and patience. From ambassadors to symbols, from oxpeckers to tales, from cultural stories to the quiet reality of their lives. The giraffe is woven into the world in countless ways, each thread a part of the larger tapestry of life on Earth. And now it is time to rest. You have traveled so far tonight. 100 facts about giraffes, and each one has carried you a little further toward peace. Your breathing has slowed. Your body has grown heavy. Your mind has softened into that gentle space where sleep awaits. Think, if you will, of the giraffes now. Somewhere in Africa, the sun is rising or setting, painting the sky in shades of gold and pink. A tower of giraffes moves across the savanna, their long necks swaying gently, their hooves pressing soft prints into the ancient earth. They do not know you are thinking of them, but you are connected to them nonetheless, through knowledge, through compassion, through the simple fact that you took the time to learn their story. The world is full of wonders, and the giraffe is one of them. But so are you. Your capacity to care, to learn, to rest, to dream. These are wonders too. Never forget that. Sleep now gently and deeply. Let your dreams carry you wherever they will, perhaps to the African savanna, where you walk among the giraffes, tall and free, beneath an endless sky, perhaps to other places, other wonders, other journeys yet to come. When you wake, the giraffes will still be there, living their quiet lives, shaping their world, waiting for those who care to protect them. And you will be there too, rested and renewed, ready for whatever your day may bring. Thank you for spending this time with me. Thank you for learning about the gentle giants of Africa. Thank you for being exactly who you are. Good night.